Chapter 1578. At the edge of the early part of the starry sky, in an empty area where countless sparks had already been extinguished, a golden ring with a diameter of 500 to 600 million miles hung in the starry sky before them. It was spinning on its own very casually, as if there was a huge monster inside that stored almost limitless energy, and it was letting out a low rumble with every little movement it made. In front of unveil, there was a cluster of formations with a radius of about 1,000 miles floating. The cluster of formations was made up of a large formation and 24 smaller ones, forming a huge community, but each of them was operating independently. He prepared the cluster of formations and waved his hand, making it float towards the golden ring in front of him. At the moment there were dense clusters of formations all around the golden ring, with 3 layers of formations inside and 3 layers outside. They were all connected together and could seamlessly wrap around the entire golden ring. Meanwhile, about 100,000 miles away from the golden ring, there were 6 formations that were only a few circles smaller than the golden ring's cross-section. The cores of all the formations, without exception, pointed towards the center of the golden ring, the obsidian-like core. The surrounding space has been completely frozen, and there will not be any external factors interfering with this place. Jing Yuanji carried Frost and landed beside Yun Nuoxing. She turned her gaze towards the continuous cluster of formations, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. Such a complicated cluster of formations. Is this the void synchronization formation that you mentioned? Yun Nuoxing shuddered, goosebumps appearing on both of his arms. No, I didn't give it that name. It was Jing Yun who added it herself. God knows why Jing Yun was so excited when she saw him starting to set up the formations. Was it not just feeling the presence of the realm of the gods that she had not felt for a long time? Did she have to be so excited? Well, although she was not from the realm of the gods, she might have gone to the realm of the gods many times in that era. This time, she had lost contact with the realm of the gods for more than a dozen eras. Jing Yuanji stuck out her tongue but did not respond. Instead, she stared at the formation cluster, feeling very impressed. According to Lord Maple, this was another formation cluster he had modified from the celestial symbiosis of heaven and earth in the realm of gods. It was his exclusive method as an observer. The former allowed Lord Maple to completely integrate himself with the realm of God. At that time, the realm of gods would be him, and his body would be the realm of God. The modified void synchronization was more or less the same principle. For a short period of time, he would use origin energy, origin precepts, void power, and various concepts and order powers to integrate himself with the core fragment and become one. After that, he would move the entire void region over. Apart from the endless formation cluster before her, there were many other arrangements. Due to the urgency of the matter, Jing Yun even called some people from the world where they were resting to help. They were busy at the core of the war ruins, a name she came up with on the spur of the moment. After the entire process began, there must not be any abnormal energy fluctuations in the core. Otherwise, this void region that had many problems due to the core trembling would very likely become like the arcane realm it had invaded and pushed aside, only existing in a thin space. There would be more troublesome things to come, such as the collapse of the timeline, the collapse of the dimensional barrier, the loss of control of the void, or the sudden trembling of the fourth order that had not been easy to stabilize and causing trouble in the orderly void. None of these were impossible, and no matter what happened, it would be quite troublesome, extraordinarily troublesome. Anyway, Jing Yuanji didn't finish listening to the whole story. She was already dizzy from the series of explosions earlier. If she continued listening, she would be even more dizzy. In short, she only needed to know that there was no room for error in the whole thing. If something went wrong, everything would be destroyed. As the caster, Master Feng would also be severely injured. That was a situation she didn't want to see. So when she was stabilizing this starry sky, She would rather use up all her strength to ensure that everything could be maintained at the best stability when Master Feng needed it. There seems to be a faint movement in the void. My summoning to the void seems to have been restored. Jing Yuanji suddenly had a feeling in her heart, which made her slightly stunned. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with joy. Master Feng, I seem to have sensed the aura of the void of order. That's... Yun Nuoxing replied with a haggard face. I've been here for 2 days. I'm going bald. If anything goes wrong, I'm going to eat this sun on the spot. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoxing continued, all the prepared formations are in a state of minimum energy operation. Even so, it's enough to cause a faint resonance between the two voids. It's normal that you can feel the summoning of our void when you're standing here. I'm almost done here. Just a little bit more. Yawn. Tens of millions of formations. Damn, it's really tiring. Yun Nuoxing grumbled. He glanced at the golden sun, his eyes flashing. When all the formations were operating together, it would fuse him with the core for a short period of time, dragging the entire void into a state of drifting. It would maintain its own stability and not affect other parts of the void, making it relatively independent of the void. After that, it only needed to connect with the void of order. As for what to use to connect with the void on the other side, nonsense, it could only be him. However, squatting here and drawing circles, weaving formations, all day long, he felt a headache coming on. In the past 2 days, he had constructed hundreds of billions of formations. On the surface, only 70% of them surrounded the entire golden ring. The remaining 30% were distributed in this part of the void and around the core. At this moment, he wanted to vomit when he saw the formations and circles. The tiredness and irritation born in his heart due to overwork made him want to hang something up and beat it up to vent. A slight void energy flowed around Jing Yuanji. She turned her head and saw Min emerging from the void. He looked at them and nodded. The void has been set up. When it's fully completed, this part of the void will freeze. Thank you for your hard work, Yun Nuoxing responded in a half-dead tone. Min was shocked by his haggard state. He looked at Jing Yuanji blankly and whispered in her ear. What's wrong with him? Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. He's tired from work. He's mentally and physically exhausted. Min tilted his head and looked at the dense formations all over the starry sky. He took a light breath and nodded to show that he understood. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes full of sympathy. Sometimes it can't be helped. I'm not worried about the situation here. Jing Yuanji felt that there was nothing she could help with, so she casually found a topic. I'm worried about Mohe. It was one thing to move as a whole. If they moved someone else's house, they had to inform them. Naturally, this matter was handed over to the local tyrant of this void area, Mohe, and the leader of the Divine Court. However, this time, it was not a face-to-face showdown or a formal meeting. According to Yun Nuoxing, the movement this time might be bigger. There might not only be these void overlords coming, but also some forces that did not belong to them but were equally powerful. The scope of the movement would encompass the entire void area. Soul resonance. Min whispered softly and repeated the name Yun Nuoxing said at that time. He frowned slightly. Can it work? It encompasses the entire void area. Although not all lives can go there, even if it's only a part of it, it's still a considerable amount. It's a great burden to connect with so many souls at once. Don't worry. Jing Yuanji smiled slightly and looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes full of trust. I believe in Master Feng. He probably spread his soul and consciousness throughout the void area through that core, and then connected some of them together. Phew! Girl, help me control the situation. I'm going to proceed to the first stage. The two people who were still chatting were stunned when they heard the first part of the sentence. They quickly went over. Jing Yuanji glanced at the haggard Yun Nuoxing and felt a little distressed. Is the first stage so soon? Master Feng, do you want to take a rest first? It's okay. It's just the first stage. It's not continuous. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. We have to restore this guy whose body is not complete to its original state first. It should have been a very spectacular golden giant, although it was overflowing with energy, but because of the fragments, a big hole was opened alone. It was full of broken rules and concepts. First, that part had to be corrected before the next step could be continued. How do we help? Min asked straightforwardly. Just hold the hands and feet of the void and space. Don't let the patient tremble and resist. The two women's cheeks twitched at the same time. This saying, although they knew what he meant, they still felt very strange when they heard it. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. Also, don't panic when you see what happens to me later. It's all normal operation. Jing Yuanji nodded. Just as she was about to hold the space down, she heard Yun Nuoxing's bitter smile. The main thing is that even if something happens to me, you can't help. You don't have to say the last sentence. Min rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and merged into the void. She used her power of the void to suppress the situation. Yun Nuoxing grinned. This girl had really thought a lot after walking around the sea of noise, but her tone was still cold. She probably wouldn't be able to change it in a short time. After Jing Yuanji and Min were ready, Yun Nuoxing also began to operate the array. Next, it was time to wait. Jing Yuanji looked at Yun Nuoxing nervously without blinking. 5 minutes passed very quickly. A slight buzzing sound came from the completely quiet soul. She was slightly stunned. Before she could figure out what that buzzing sound was, Yun Nuoxing's figure instantly turned transparent, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Then, he completely disappeared in the starry sky. Even the soul seed stopped moving. Along with it, the hundreds of billions of arrays also disappeared in the starry sky. Although she had already been warned by Lord Feng, when he disappeared in front of her in an instant, even his aura and soul completely disappeared, Jing Yuanji was still so scared that her face turned pale. She instinctively clutched her heart and felt that it was empty in an instant. This state didn't last long. She sensed Lord Feng's aura again, and her taut heartstrings relaxed a lot because of the exhalation. Then, she saw the arrays in the starry sky turning from transparent to solid little by little. The huge golden ring in front of her also changed visibly. The emptied stomach could still see traces of golden energy wriggling and recovering. The whole process lasted for 10 seconds, and the golden ring returned to its original form. The bright light made her subconsciously squint her eyes. It was a huge monster, but that alone wasn't enough to describe it. Its body seemed to be growing slightly as it was repaired. The arrays that kept a certain distance from it were pushed away because of its expansion. They kept the same distance and quickly retreated. Its light became more and more dazzling. The entire field of vision changed from an empty and lonely starry sky to a brilliant golden sea of fire in an instant. The spatial barrier felt the pressure, but it just stabilized. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. She hurriedly used all her power to suppress the movement of the spatial barrier. In the process, she clearly felt where the pressure came from. It was like a person who didn't exist suddenly appearing in front of the world and being recognized by countless people. If one didn't want everyone to be suspicious of that person, one would have to add countless descriptions and understanding of that person, until the person's 18 generations of ancestors wouldn't find anything suspicious. And the latter was because of the invisible pressure that the person's sudden appearance brought to the entire world. The golden giant before her seemed to be the same. The missing part of its body should have been repelled and exiled. Now that it had returned to its original position, the original space naturally had to make room for its body that had disappeared for who knows how many years. In that case, during void synchronization, the void, space, order, time, all of these must be under great pressure. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. After all, no matter what the predecessor of this void region was, it had now left the order of the void and become a guy wandering outside. Suddenly returning to a normal environment would probably cause a huge commotion. They couldn't tell what the fragment did back then. What they knew was that the fragment trembled due to an energy resonance, and directly caused the axis of time and the void to deviate towards it, breaking the continuity of the void. In that instant, it even changed the appearance of the void, inadvertently reshaping the void, allowing the void region to self-perfect in terms of concept and rules. It was almost equivalent to a small creation, a creation on the scale of the Dyuan realm. After the golden sun returned to its original state, it was rapidly expanding. Its diameter had expanded by more than 100 times in just a few seconds, and the bigger it was, the more exaggerated the roar from inside it was. Its golden outline was getting brighter, and there were many places inside it that seemed to be flickering and jumping. The surrounding space also had a weak sense of distortion that did not affect the spatial barrier. It made Jing Yuanji feel that something was wrong. It seemed to be condensing energy? Yuanji, help me poke a small pillar of creation here. After straightening out those distorted rules and concepts, its main body and fragment once again established a normal connection with this world, causing an energy turbulence. Now it has accumulated an unusually large amount of energy, and it needs a small pillar of creation to carry it. Lord Feng's exclamation in her soul made Jing Yuanji smile bitterly. This thing was really condensing energy. After a while, she was stunned. A small pillar of creation. But Lord Feng, I don't have this thing. I gave it to you before. You can just take it out. Jing Yuanji thought for a while, frowning. After a while, she suddenly realized something. She freed one hand and searched in her pocket for a while, and then took out a stick. Jing Yuanji stared blankly at the staff in her hand for a moment. Although this thing was completely different from the pillar of creation, it shouldn't be a problem since Lord Feng said it was. With that thought, she tore open the energy seal on the stick, and then casually threw it into the starry sky. A flash of light flashed, and she closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, a pitch-black behemoth stood in front of her in the starry sky. In a trance, she seemed to see a sea of stars flowing at the bottom of the huge iron tower. It just so happened that it was erected right beside the giant star. Compared to its size, the golden giant star was as small as a glass ball. The incomparably huge golden giant star looked very dazzling and magnificent, like a jewel in the starry sky. On its wantonly burning surface, huge waves were splashing rhythmically, and the flickering area was converging little by little towards its top. The accumulated energy inside was surging wildly, and it looked like the top was shining with intense spots of light, which made Jing Yuanji feel particularly dazzled, and she turned her gaze away. Looks like we made it in time. There should be no problem. It was unknown when Yun Nuoshing had appeared beside her. She tilted her head and looked at the dazzling golden giant together with her. They watched as it continued to gather energy. Countless spots of light appeared from the inside and gathered at the top. As it expanded to its original size, the spots of light stopped flashing. Then, the entire giant star flashed violently, especially at the top where the light was the most intense. It looked like the light at the moment when the world was created. The small pillar of creation, which stood next to it, suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. A golden wave surged from bottom to top, and all the energy that fell on it converged into the interior, using this energy to self-complete. Jing Yuanji blinked and tilted her head to look at Yun Nuoshing. It's over? Ah, it's over. Yun Nuoshing nodded, and when she saw that she was a little dumbfounded, she could not help but laugh. Did you think there would be something bigger? Jing Yuanji nodded frankly. When she saw the golden giant shining intensely, she thought there would be a strong energy nova, but she did not expect it to just flash. It's just energy convergence and energy transfer. There's no big movement and it's not an attack. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. At this moment, the behemoth was standing next to the small pillar of creation. Well, actually, this was not the right way to put it. From the perspective of the layout, the small pillar of creation was actually next to the core. This saying was very important. After the golden giant released its energy, it calmed down, and its body was almost 100,000 times larger than the size of the newly restored star. It looked really dazzling and majestic. It's an energy carrier mixed with the origin energy and the origin law. The overload energy it released directly filled the small pillar of creation. Yun Nuashing folded her arms. It just saved me the time to fine-tune the small pillar of creation. The energy just now was enough for it to complete itself, and because it's the origin energy, its connection with the realm of the gods will be clearer than if it directly took the energy of this star. Jing Yuanji nodded as she listened, and suddenly asked curiously, "This thing is also a weapon if thrown out, right?" Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. "That's right. Even if it's just an ordinary energy carrier, as long as it has enough energy stored, and if the energy itself is dangerous enough, it doesn't even need to be modified. Just throw it out and it's a killing weapon. Why did you suddenly think of this?" "I just suddenly thought of it." Jing Yuanji stuck her tongue out. "I seem to have sensed the presence of the realm of the gods. It's been a long time since I went back. It's probably because of the small pillar of creation and the origin energy. It's not just the void, it's even faintly connected to the realm of the gods. Well, it's just that I can't use the soul seed to find those fellows in the void over there." Yun Nuashing looked at the pillar and the giant star that stood in the starry sky, and glanced at Jing Yuanji, who suddenly showed a melancholy expression. "The realm of the gods. Yes, it's been a long time since I went back. That time, it was more than 100 million years, and even this time, even if I moved the void this time, it wouldn't directly fall on the realm of the gods. After a series of adjustments, the void should fall on the realm of the gods as the center, and they couldn't possibly fall on the realm of the gods together. At most, they would just move the void there, and as for whether they could go back or not, we can go back. We're going back to the days of guarding the front lines of the void." Jing Yuanji sighed. "Yes, it's time to go back. I came out for a stroll, and I don't know how things are over there." Yun Nuashing also sighed and left for a period of time. He didn't know how Hui and the others, who were one step ahead of them, were doing now. Had they finished their work and returned to the front lines of the void and found that he hadn't returned yet? Did they take the opportunity to spread the news that he, the unreliable guy, had gone missing again? With a wry smile, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and shook off Hui's smirk. He stretched lazily. "Well, but before I go back, I still have to sharpen my lip." Jing Yuanji came back to her senses and looked at him with a smile. "Lord Feng, are you going to personally take the field?" "Let me think about it." Chapter 1579. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon appeared in the war site, indicating that it was about to close. It seemed to be reminding everyone to leave in advance. This time, the warning lasted for less than half a day before it began to expel people. Millions of people were driven out of the war site. Following the violent circulation of nomological energy, the space entered a sealed state and disappeared into the void. Jing Ju felt a little depressed. This time, the opening time of the ruins was much shorter than before. He did not know if it was because they had ventured into the depths of the ruins or for some other reason, but they were forced to leave in advance. Well, this was beyond their control, so they did not comment on it. At most, they would grumble a little. However, apart from going out for a stroll, what did Jing Ju do during the rest of his time in the ruins? Beating up Jing Heng, running around with the sect leader, beating him up, cooperating with the ancient city to descend into the war site, beating him up, helping his junior sister to deal with the annoying guy who harassed her, beating him up, and cleaning up his mess. He had no experience at all. He did not know why he had gone to the war site this time. Perhaps it was to create trouble for himself. The group of people who used to be stationed in the war site has also been driven out. Jingju's eyes flickered. Among the hundreds of thousands of people in the void, some of them were from the myriad Tao immortal sect and were stationed in the war site. There were also some people from other forces who had the same purpose. It was hard to say. Eldest senior brother, I don't seem to have seen that guy. Why don't I? Jingju turned and glared at Jingheng, who could not sit still. He stared at him and said coldly, Enough. You've already caused too much trouble. If you continue to cause trouble, you will never be able to leave the immortal sect. Jingheng shrunk his head, lowered it, and muttered. His eyes flickered with an evil light, indicating that he had only temporarily submitted to the majesty of his eldest senior brother and had not really given up on the idea in his heart. Jingju's anger flared up again when she saw how timid he was acting. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the irritation in her heart. She thought to herself, this brat has really messed up my mental state by accompanying him on this trip. I wonder why sect master brought him here. While he was muttering to himself, the sect leader suddenly turned around and patted him on the shoulder. Jingjue, don't yell at your junior brother. You'll lose your composure and become a laughing stock. Jingju's cheeks twitched. He cupped his hands and said reluctantly, It's my fault. The sect master waved his hand. Go back and give him a good beating. Press him to the bottom of the lake and give him a good beating. Just don't destroy our world. All the disciples were stunned, and Jingheng turned pale with fright. Upon hearing this, a struggling expression appeared on Jingju's face. No matter what, Jingheng was still one of them and his junior brother. It was too cruel for him to say that he would teach him a lesson in front of all the disciples. After hesitating for a while, he asked the sect master for confirmation, Master, can you see blood? Jingheng's face turned pale. You're not kicking me when I'm down. You're injecting void energy into my well. Can't you find someone to treat him? Beat him up while treating him. Just don't kill him. The sect master waved his hand without turning his head, indicating that he did not need to teach them such a simple thing. Anyway, when the disciples heard this, their eyes turned green. They were already dissatisfied with Jingheng. Now that they had received the sect master's guarantee, they could beat him up without any scruples. Ha! Jingju looked at the trembling Jingheng and sneered. Just as he was thinking about how he should teach this brat a lesson, his soul suddenly trembled. Startled, he raised his head in confusion. He seemed to have sensed a wave of soul energy just now. However, judging from the other disciples' expressions, they did not seem to have sensed it at all. This piqued his curiosity. He submerged his consciousness into his soul and discovered that there was an additional energy thread in his soul. It swayed in his soul as though it was trying to tempt him to walk over. However, he could not see where the other end of the energy thread was. Interesting. Soul invasion? Jingju laughed silently in his heart. Anyway, he would not be able to go anywhere for a while. Before the sect master gave the order, he would take a look at what was left in Jingheng's soul. It would be fun. Jingju walked forward fearlessly and reached out to grab the energy thread. Suddenly, a strong light flashed, causing him to squint his eyes. After a while, the light disappeared. Jingju opened his eyes and looked ahead. He was slightly stunned. In front of him was a vast sea of clouds. The clouds were rolling and there seemed to be a gust of wind, but in fact it was silent. There was a huge hole in the sea of clouds, which was where Jingju was standing. He stood on the sea of clouds. The scorching sun peeked through the gaps above the sea of clouds, sprinkling light on his body. Teleportation? No. This is an image projected in my soul? Jingju's eyes flickered for a while before he withdrew his gaze from the surroundings. The sea of clouds and the sunlight felt very real to him. He turned around and saw a white jade-colored gate standing in front of him. The exquisite patterns on the gate gave off a sense of time and gave off a majestic and sacred aura that could make even the void submit to it. It looked like a palace on the clouds in this place where the sea of clouds flowed. Jingju walked up to the door and placed his hand on it. The primitive impact of the torrent of time hit him in the face. Something ancient and eternal rushed into his mind crazily. An extremely terrifying thing penetrated his soul and hit the origin of his soul, causing his breathing to stagnate and his face to turn pale. It felt so real that he thought he was standing in the starry sky a second ago and had arrived at this mysterious place in the next instant. When he touched the door, the sacred feeling made him feel like he was about to die. Jingju's consciousness hurriedly came out of his soul and looked outside. Many forces were still looking at the ruins of the war. There was nothing unusual. In the distance, some people had begun to leave and were waiting for the next opening. "Let's go." The sect leader of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect waved his hand and opened the teleportation door. Then, he led his disciples back to the palace. When Jingju returned to his small mountain, he couldn't wait to seal it. He lay on his bed and took a deep breath. Once again, he sank his consciousness into his soul and returned to the door. At this moment, the door was already open. After the moment of fear, he seemed to have unconsciously pushed the door open. The space behind the ancient door was an unusually spacious hall. It looked a little like a church and a little like a restaurant. The entire hall was made of white jade. Every inch of the pattern and space was filled with a sacred aura that originated from ancient times. Jingju couldn't bear to blaspheme it. He even walked carefully in the hall with the attitude of a pilgrim. There were hundreds of empty tables and chairs in the hall. Jingju subconsciously walked to the edge of the hall. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly realized that more empty tables and chairs had appeared on his right side. Even the space had expanded significantly. Gradually, a second floor appeared. It was a ring-shaped second floor that covered all the other areas except the innermost part of the hall. When Jingju looked at the space that had suddenly appeared on his right side, he heard footsteps. He couldn't help but turn his head and froze for a moment. The person who had just arrived was also stunned when he saw Jingju. "Jingju? Why are you here?" "Master." Jingju stood up and cupped his hands. The person who had just arrived was the sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect. Jingju was also stunned. "How did you come in, master?" "There's an energy thread in one's soul. It will enter when one touches it." "Why? Is it the same for you?" Jingju nodded. The sect master couldn't help muttering to himself. He looked around the space and remained silent for a while. If that's the case, there might be more people coming here. Jingju gestured for the sect master to sit beside him. Then, he hurriedly asked, "Master, where exactly is this place?" The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect shook his head. "I don't know either. I only know that this is a very real space. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a real space that connects countless people across different regions through their souls. This space is filled with an extremely powerful and ancient energy. Even I can't see it clearly. Even Master can't see it clearly." Jingju's eyes flickered. "What's the purpose of the person who created this real space?" "Well, we'll find out later." The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect chuckled nonchalantly. He sat on a chair and closed his eyes to rest as he waited for the situation to unfold. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the door again. A group of people cautiously walked into the hall, looked at each other, and then separated with inexplicable feelings. They casually found a seat and sat down. The people who have come are either from other forces of the same level as them. They are all people with great strength and reputation in the void, Jingju muttered as he glanced at the people who had just arrived. With his eyesight, he could only recognize 50 to 60% of the people who had arrived. The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect opened his eyes. He glanced around the hall and said softly, "The people sitting here come from every corner of the void. There are some acquaintances and some enemies. Look at that person. He's a person who has disappeared for many years. People call him Bloodhand. He slaughtered all the experts in the territory of the celestial sect of Near by himself. There were even experts at the peak of the Three Lights origin realm who died. On the other side, there are a few people from forces that are on the same level as us. There are also some unknown clans and forces with great power. Some of them are representatives, and even if they aren't, there are some who can speak for us. Even if some of them are here, there are still some of them. There are many people who can shake up the void sitting in this hall. And this is only a part of them. The guests haven't all arrived yet, and the host hasn't shown himself either. Compared to them, I'm more curious about the person who called everyone here. Oh, do you want to eat something? As the sect master spoke, he suddenly took out a nut and stuffed it into his mouth without even breaking the shell. Jingju was taken aback. A plate of fruits had appeared in front of him without him noticing. Master, do you still have these with you? Me? Of course I don't. But it seems that these things can be found in this space. The sect master shook his head and pointed to the side while munching on the melon seeds. Look over there. They are already eating. Jingju was speechless. He felt that there were many things worth complaining about in this space. However, since he was eating now, he decided not to vomit. While the two of them were in silence, more than 3 hours had passed. Many people had come to this palace, but no matter how many people came, as long as one looked at the entire place, they would always feel that there were not many people. It felt very spacious, and not a single table was full. Among the people who came together, there were at most 5 people, and at least 1 person. In just a short period of time, this palace was estimated to have more than 1 million people sitting in it, but it still felt very spacious and not crowded at all. Moreover, the people present very tacitly kept quiet, and only spoke softly, for fear of breaking the silence here. Did they invite all the representatives of the void? Jingju couldn't help but mutter. The sect master was slightly taken aback when he saw the number of people present. The more people there were, the greater the commotion caused by the mastermind. At first, he could still recognize all of the people present, such as who they were and what they had done in the past. Later on, he realized that many of them were extremely powerful. Some of them were even on par with him. However, he had never heard of such a person in the void. Perhaps, as Jingju had said, the mastermind had invited all the people in the void to this place. At the 5th hour, the door closed with a rumble. The sound that spread throughout the hall made Jingju and the sect master straighten their backs. It seemed that the show was about to begin. The others also had the same feeling, and they all turned their gazes to the platform in the innermost part of the hall, which was slightly higher than the ground. Suddenly, a ray of light descended, and a figure gradually emerged from the light, causing everyone to focus. When the light dissipated, half of the people were shocked. Because they knew who it was, they were all stunned. Emohi? Why did that guy appear there? The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal sect was stunned. Based on his many years of experience with Emohi, he knew that Emohi didn't have the ability to travel across such a large area of the void and gather so many important people together. Perhaps he was just a proxy for the mysterious person behind the scenes. The other people who were shocked felt the same way. However, no one said anything. The remaining half of the people didn't know Emohi at all. They all thought that he was the owner of this place. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the realm of souls. After a short wait, you should have recognized the true situation of the realm of souls. That's right, this is a space in the void that encompasses the entire void region. The people sitting here come from all over the void region. Waste. Cough. Don't say anything useless. A young-looking guy suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to shout angrily, his expression changed inexplicably. Then, he changed his tone and asked, "Who are you? Why have you gathered all of us here?" A very good question from a soul. Emohi chuckled. However, who I am is not important. I'm just a proxy. What's important is why you are here and what we want to talk about today. However, before that, he waved his hand. The white jade door that was tightly shut opened with a rumble. Everyone, you have one chance to leave. If you have any doubts about the existence of the realm of souls, or if you think that we have some improper thoughts, feel insecure, or are not prepared to face the truth, you can leave. There won't be any impact. This place doesn't need you. The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people rolled their eyes with disdain. However, they really didn't move. Then, they secretly wondered what he meant by the truth. However, most of them stayed with the mentality of watching a show. It wasn't easy for them to encounter something unusual in their ordinary lives. How could they leave without doing anything? Even if they wanted to broaden their horizons, they had to stay and watch. Does no one want to leave? He spread his hands and smiled. After waiting for a while, he said in his heart, as expected. Then, he waved his hand and closed the door. Then, by default, everyone is ready to face the hidden truth. It's hidden by the void and happens on the other side of the void. It's called the terrifying truth. Why didn't I see that he was so good at ting before? In the deepest part of the war ruins, Yun Nuoxing's body had turned golden. She was trying her best to maintain the existence of the realm of souls. He and the leader of the Church of the Gods had already told them all the t and important things that needed to be said. Now, it was more convenient for them to repeat it than for an outsider like him to say it. At least half of the people would have a preconceived notion of and would have a weak belief in him. After all, he was an overlord of the void. He wouldn't speak without thinking. So, Lord Feng chose to slack off again. Jing Yuanji chuckled. Last time, she asked Lord Hui to attend the meeting. This time, she threw the task of the meeting to He. Well, I'm just in charge of stabilizing the realm of souls. What do you want me to do? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. In fact, he hesitated for a moment. He wanted to go up and say something himself. There were two reasons why he didn't go up. First, at least half of the guests knew He. As an outsider, he didn't seem to have any prestige or fame. Other than throwing a knife on the table, he didn't have any better means. The atmosphere in the hall was obviously used for a meeting. If he really went there, he would really cause trouble. As for the second reason, he didn't want to show up because there were too many people. This is your real reason, isn't it? The little angel sighed grumpily. Hey. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head with a smile and poked the little angel's face with his hand. I just don't want to go to the meeting. What's wrong with that? But, will it go smoothly? Jing Yuanji crossed her arms and looked at the projection of the hall in front of her. She frowned slightly. It's a peaceful and quiet reality. Although it's a little noisy and surging with undercurrents, it's still relatively peaceful. Can they accept it when the cruel reality of the other side of the void is exposed in front of them? They have to accept it even if they can't. Yun Nuoxing looked up and sighed. It's because we didn't accept it at first. Now we can only accept our fate and continue to fight. It's not for some trivial matter, not for the greater good, not for the world of order. It's just for our own lives. What can we do? We have no other choice. Jing Yuanji's gaze was a little absent-minded. She did not know why, but she felt that she saw the shadow of the god of origin in the past. Before the last expedition, he also said the same thing to himself. It's not for the greater good, there's no reason for him to be superior. It's just so that he and the things he wanted to protect can continue to live. It's something that we can't avoid in the war between order and chaos in the living void. The forces that are not on the level of order and the enemies that are coming at us menacingly would not be soft-hearted because of anything that happened on the level of the enemy. The world of order was originally a sheet of loose sand. They had lost the final battle of 11 eras. The world of order had lost. Would there be any new hope or new ending after 11 eras? He could not say for sure. So far it was still going smoothly for the time being. They could still accept the reality that was revealed. It was already a good result that they did not see the millions of people in the hall suddenly rioting and staging a legendary martial gathering for the time being. It seems to be quite stable. Yun Nuoshing twirled a strand of her long hair and looked at Min. What was the situation like during the meeting? More or less. Listen calmly, accept calmly, and deal with everything calmly, Min said calmly. Yun Nuoshing and the others rolled their eyes. They felt that this was his own situation. After all, he had facial paralysis for 10,000 years. Other people probably didn't think so in their hearts. There might be 1 or 2 people crying and crying to escape from reality. Feng, I'm here. Why aren't you guys back yet? Suddenly, a cheeky greeting sounded in their souls, causing Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji to tremble slightly. The Lord Guardian, who had also been missing for a while, had returned to the Order Void ahead of them. How is it? Do you want to go and help? Hui laughed mischievously. We still have some strength to go and help. Yun Nuoshing heard that and pondered for a while. She slowly raised her head and said, Indeed, we need to help. But I need you guys to help over there. Chapter 1580. Hui had gone missing earlier than them, less than half an hour earlier. 2 people who held important positions in the world of order had disappeared from the world of order one after another. It was not known if the people guarding the front line of the void would be in a mess because of this. Well, Yun Nuo had thought about this before, but seeing Hui's calm face, it seemed that nothing had happened in the world of order. Yun Nuo was relieved. Void homology, huh? Hui scratched his head. It's not that difficult. Just do as you've arranged, right? I just need to reinforce the void around the realm of the gods, so that it won't be destroyed by your homology process, right? Something like that. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. In the end, he had nagged for a long time, and Hui had only grasped this point. Although it was indeed the most important thing, he hoped that this unreliable guy could help a little. Just a little. Moving the entire void territory was the highest standard in history, so he wasn't confident at all. Then it's done. I'll ask I Ching and the others to get ready. Let me know when you're ready. Hui's voice came quickly and left even faster. After throwing down a sentence, he cut off the spiritual communication, which made Yun Nuoshing's face black. Was this guy running so fast because he was afraid that he would ask him to do something complicated? There was nothing special. Yun Nuoshing wanted to say that until the leader of the Celestial Court suddenly appeared with a slightly unpleasant expression. He turned his gaze and asked, What's wrong? Is it not going well? Are they fighting? Making so much noise that you don't want me to live? The leader of the Celestial Court was stunned. How did you know? He turned his head and saw Jing Yuanji, Jing Yun, and the others staring at a projection. He instantly understood. He let out a long sigh and rubbed his hair in distress. It's more or less like that. Those guys are making a racket and insisting that the person behind the scenes stand in front of the stage. Otherwise they won't cooperate? Otherwise they'll just treat it as nonsense? Yun Nuoshing looked as if he had expected this. The leader of the Celestial Court pushed his forehead. No. Otherwise, they'll tear down the realm of souls. Everyone. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. She looked puzzled. What a bunch of weird guys. Is it popular to tear down other people's buildings recently to escape from reality? They won't be able to destroy the realm of souls. However, it might be troublesome if they continue to cause trouble. Jing Yuanji lowered her head and muttered to herself. Then, she turned to look at Yun Nuoshing. Lord Feng, would you like me to take a walk? Yun Nuoshing shook his head and let out a long sigh. Today was also a day where he sighed nonstop. Forget it, I'll go and see how much trouble they are going to make. I don't know how much time I have left. Every minute and second is very precious. I don't have time to watch them cry and wail over there. If they want to fight or not, I'll kill them. If they don't make a fuss, I'll make a fuss. With that, Yun Nuoshing and the leader of the celestial court disappeared on the spot. Jing Yun was sweating profusely. Is this guy usually like this? Jing Yuanji and Min Hohu nodded. The former whispered, Lord Feng hates trouble and doesn't like to beat around the bush. He said that it's a time of war for the survival of the world of order. Who has the time to think of so many fancy things in a few minutes? At the end of the day, it's nothing more than 4 or 5 lines of dialogue. That's not what he said, but it's the general idea. Jing Yun rubbed her forehead. Her cheeks twitched a few times. It's more or less the same. With this personality, it's no wonder that he was chosen as the successor by the god of origin. Ahaha, he has the same personality as them. In the realm of souls, the palace, which was filled with a sacred aura, was in an uproar. He had just followed Yun Nuoshing's order and released what happened on the other side of the void, which had caused a huge uproar. If it were not for the sacred aura in the palace suppressing everyone's irritable emotions, there would have been a big battle. He came down from the high platform and sat down with the myriad Tao immortal sect leader. Looking at the noisy scene, he felt depressed. Half of the people in the hall knew him, and these people didn't make any movements. They gathered together and discussed the things that they had just seen in a low voice. The ones who were really noisy were the people that the other half didn't know and had never heard of before. They were quarreling endlessly. Jing Ju looked at the palace that was about to turn from a vegetable market into a martial arts sect. She was sweating profusely. She quickly looked at Emohi and asked, Uncle Emohi, aren't you going to persuade them? Persuade? How? How am I going to persuade them? Emohi could not help but roll his eyes. At first, that group of people was just dissing him, and then, for some reason, they started to quarrel among themselves. In the end, it had nothing to do with him at all. Otherwise, why would he be reduced to a spectator? During this period, he had opened his mouth a few times, but after saying a few words, the quarrel became even more ridiculous, making it seem like he was fanning the flames. The people from all over the Void region had their own ideas, beliefs, ideals, and goals. He had expected that they would quarrel after encountering the same thing. He had doubts about it, sneered at it, and treated it as a joke. There were also some who said that his worries were groundless and fabricated fact. After all, it happened on the other side of the void, which was a little far away. At least, it was still a little far away at this moment. Before he carried out the void synchronization and moved the void region to the other side, they could not see the reality with their own eyes. No one would be convinced if they only relied on images. Speaking of which, how did they start quarreling? It was as if someone had asked him, how do you plan to deal with it? Well, how would he know what the big boss's plan was? The big boss did not tell him in detail about the situation in the Void of Order. He only heard bits and pieces that there was something called the Void Frontline. It was a community that united the forces of the Void of Order. So he embellished it a little and said, and then they started quarreling. God knows how it ended up like this. He shook his head and turned his eyes to other parts of the temple. His ears that had just rested for a while continued to listen to the noisy chatter. Using the forces of the entire world of order to fight against the enemy that is neither human nor ghost? I say, they are not as powerful as they look in the images, right? Is it worth gathering the forces of so many people to defend them? Void Frontline? Alliance, heh. If you want to find cannon fodder, you should find a better reason. Priest, you really know your place. You know that you are cannon fodder before you even see the reality. Someone as righteous as you would be too weak to be cannon fodder. That is war. Not a joke. In the past, the heavenly god of origin left behind a few words to reveal the reality of this world. It is just an endless battle between order and chaos. Be it cannon fodder or warrior who would not die. If it is just an enemy of this level, why would they need to spend so much effort to gather all of us here from all over the Void region? According to what He said, The person behind the realm of souls is tens of thousands of times stronger than us. Why would they need to gather all of us here? This is a war of order. Everyone should do their part. There are other ways to conduct a war. Other ways? Someone sneered, and then let out a fake laugh that shook the entire temple. What? The forces that are not on the level of order, the beings that are not on the level of order are a bunch of fellows without intelligence and rationality. From the images just now, you can see that. They will only continue to kill and kill until the entire world of order is flattened. Do you have other ways to conduct a war? Do you want to communicate with a bunch of wild beasts that have no rationality? Do you want to write a letter of surrender and lead your people to the world of order so that you can stay alive? Do you want me to prepare a letter for you? Lee, don't you slander me. You are the one who is responsible for this shit. Who doesn't know that your ancestor was humiliated and became a deserter when the heavenly god of origin went on an expedition to the void region? I'm afraid you are the one who is going to side with the enemy? F***ck. That is my ancestor's matter. What does it have to do with me? My Lee family is now upright and above board. I represent the Lee family to be the first to join the front line of the void region. We will be the first to respond to the war between order and chaos. The young man with the surname Lee slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Taoist Yu with a red face. Taoist Yu? What about you? I only believe in my own knowledge. I only believe in what I know. I only know that this is bullshit. What does the other side of the void have to do with me? Order and chaos? What a joke. The heavenly god of origin has fallen. Even they have failed. Countless billions of years have passed and chaos is still standing in the void region. Where are they? Useless. Useless. Order is no match for chaos. Taoist Yu laughed angrily. How can trash like you mention the heavenly god of origin? Motherf asterisk cur, don't stop me. I'm going to tear this idiot's mouth apart. Count me in. Damn it. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you think you are the only ones here? He and the sect leader of the Myriad Tao Immortal sect were shocked when they saw the quarreling people rolling up their sleeves and fighting. They hurriedly stood up and tried to suppress the signs of fighting. However, at this moment the door suddenly opened. The sound of the door opening was not very clear in the storm, but the two of them could clearly tell who it was. They turned their gazes and saw a silvery and golden figure slowly walking in. So noisy. Silver, white, and golden rays of light instantly spread throughout the entire hall. An indescribable energy spread throughout the hall, causing everyone to stiffen. The battle that was about to erupt was forcibly suppressed by that ethereal and lazy voice. Everyone turned their gazes, and their pupils shrank. The heavenly god of origin and order have already been defeated once. This time might not be an exception. If you want to bow down, stretch out your neck, or join them because you can't beat them, I have ways to make your dream come true. However, no matter what, they are not people that ants like you can casually talk about. Also, please don't make a scene in my realm of soul. Yun Nuashing slowly walked forward. The dozens of auras of origin flowing around his body made him look extremely mysterious and ethereal. No one dared to look at him directly. That was the aura of the origin energy. Some of them had once felt the sacred aura of the Supreme Order from the fragments left behind in that era. They never thought that they would be able to feel it again in this place. The spokesperson of the heavenly god of origin? Or the inheritor? Someone in the corner asked weakly. He did not dare to keep staring at Yun Nuashing for fear of burning his eyes. If you wish, then you are both. If you don't wish, then you are neither. Yun Nuashing spoke softly. He slowly walked up to the high platform of the palace. His silvery and golden eyes casually swept across the palace. The hearts of those who met his gaze violently skipped a beat. No one dared to look him in the eye. At first, they were all clamoring to see the owner of the realm of soul. However, when the other party really came out, they all wished that this guy had never appeared. That aura was too breathtaking. You are the owner of the realm of soul? Taoist Yu straightened his body and looked at Yun Nuoxing. However, he was shocked by the latter's gaze. His heart that had just calmed down could not help but tremble slightly. What do you want by kidnapping us here? Kidnapping? Yun Nuoxing shook his head lightly. I only sent out an invitation. The ones who came here are all of you. As for those who do not wish to stay here. He waved his hand and gestured towards the door. At the beginning, I also said that those who are not mentally prepared to face reality can leave. However, what does your staying here have to do with me? Who are you? What right do you have to order us around? Yun Nuoxing glanced at Taoist Yu. He frowned slightly in displeasure. Aunt, all you can do is talk too much. You, shut up. Trash. Taoist Yu's face turned pale, as if a pair of large hands had suddenly grasped his soul and his heart. He fell to his knees with a thud. Half of his body was prostrated on the ground as he trembled incessantly. Everyone's face trembled violently as they looked at Taoist Yu's miserable appearance. They swallowed their saliva and kept their mouths shut. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath to calm his mind. When he heard them mumbling about the heavenly god of origin, a nameless flame appeared in his heart. Perhaps it was the restlessness of the origin energy that affected his emotions. He had been listening to all the voices in the realm of soul. Even though he appeared calm when he entered, he was already suppressing his anger when he pushed the door open. He had already tried his best to restrain himself by not exploding and shouting at them to leave. It doesn't matter who I am. I don't represent anyone. I only represent myself. I live in the void of order and live in the void of order. Everything I want to protect is there. Therefore, I will turn my back to the place I cherish and place my sword in front of me, pointing it straight at the chaos. Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. The void frontline was built by us gathering our strength to fight against the chaos. If you're willing, then come. If you're not, then don't disturb us. So casual? Someone couldn't help but mutter. I've never forced anyone to join the void frontline. This time is no exception. I just asked Emohi to inform you. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and said softly, otherwise you won't know how you died in the future. When you go to the underworld and walk on the path of reincarnation, you'll still be a muddle-headed ghost. Ah, muddle-headed ghosts, please don't walk too fast when you reincarnate. Otherwise, if you come back too early and die again before the war is over, you might not be so lucky to grow 2 legs in the next reincarnation. You might even grow 5 or 8 legs. Ah, excuse me. Emohi covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect and Jingju had strange expressions on their faces. This guy's words were really sarcastic. This void territory. The void territory you're in will return to the normal void of order in an hour. Take note, this is not a discussion, but a notification. Whether you're willing or not, you'll see signs of their activities in the void in the future. Then, as I said just now, if you're willing to fight for yourself and for order, then the void frontline will be open to you. If you're not willing, then it's fine, but if... Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms, and the aura on his body suddenly surged like rolling thunder. In just a few seconds, his aura rose to a terrifying level. He stared sharply at everyone below him. If I judge that you have the potential to obstruct the void of order... That devilish smile, that demon-like voice, and those words were like a big claw that clawed at everyone's hearts. Countless people's hearts tightened, and cold sweat trickled down their back. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing retracted the energy bursting out of his body, turned around, and walked out of the palace. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If this guy's aura had continued for a while longer, they would have peed their pants. Oh right. Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped, causing everyone to scream in their hearts. Why aren't you leaving? With his hands behind his back, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked behind him. He said with a faint smile, "This is a soul realm that I've temporarily created. It's formed from a part of my soul realm that has been separated from the world of my soul. Your conversations here, your thoughts, and your emotions will all be sensed by me. So, take care of yourselves, okay?" The huge palace was completely silent. Even after 10 minutes, there was still not a single sound. Everyone was so stunned that they had turned into statues. Glancing at Taoist Yu, who was sprawled on the ground like a bug, they suddenly understood why that guy was so angry just now. As the successor or spokesperson of the heavenly god of origins, they would not be able to stand it either if they were in his shoes. No, they would not be able to stand it even if they were not the spokesperson or successor. If he had come a minute later, this place would have turned into a battlefield. He looked around and walked up to the high platform. Then, he said softly, "That's about it. We're only here to convey the news of the shocking changes in the world. How you want to face it and how you want to deal with it is your business." However, just as he said, we all live in the void of order. Even if we don't care about righteousness or *T reputation, we still have to continue fighting for our own lives. If we want to survive tomorrow, we have to continue fighting. What do you all think? How do you plan to act in the coming chaotic reality? Go back and think about it carefully. After the messy matter in the realm of souls was over and the group of chattering fellows were sent away, Yun Nuoshing and Hui squeaked and prepared to carry out the last step of the big move. Well, actually, the trip to the realm of souls was just to remind the villagers that their houses were going to be demolished and moved. After the demolition office and the cleaners, we are now moving house. Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly at Jing Yuanji and the others. Can it be any more ridiculous? See, you suddenly spoke in the soul. Little star, listen to me. Void demolition office, void cleaners, void moving house. What do you think? Does it sound better? Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said, "Girl, if you have nothing to do, you should go and train." "See you, huh?" Feng Qinghuang pressed Yun Nuoshing's mouth and smiled. "It's okay. Don't get distracted. Go and move house. I'll help you hold her back." Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. The girl was here to cause trouble. This girl was here to stab her in the back. Feng, the void channel has been opened. The void where the realm of gods is located has received your energy. You can move now. Hurry up and move over. Yun Nuoshing sniffled. She was already exhausted even before she moved. Chapter 1581. In the void of order, the void region of the realm of the gods, at an unknown distance from the realm of the gods, Hui was leading I Ching and the others to set up energy towers. Thousands of energy towers filled with energy were set up in the center of millions of magic arrays. The center of the magic arrays was surrounded by another strange energy aura, accompanied by the aura of another void region. The two auras of the void that met for the first time met at this place, causing some strange energy phenomena. Resonance across the void region, huh? It's a little difficult. Feng is indeed the most difficult person to deal with in the Deyuan realm. He went out for a stroll and came back with a whole void region. It seems that he even brought back millions of soldiers. Hui looked at the situation in the void and gave I Ching a thumbs up. Don't worry about the void. I've already told Feng. Little Qing, get ready to deal with the vibration of the void. I Ching stared at Sir Hui in confusion. Since half an hour ago, Sir Hui had been in an inexplicable state of excitement. It was very confusing. Not long ago, when he was thrown out of Black Nest, he was clearly flustered and exasperated. He seemed to have understood something. I Ching brushed the bangs on his forehead and looked at Hui with an unusually serious expression. He said in a low voice, "Master Hui, are you planning to abduct Feng to Black Nest?" Hui's expression froze for a moment. After a while, he laughed and waved his hand. "Oh, what abduction? I'm just very politely inviting him to go. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, the matter at Black Nest is almost settled. It's just short of a few 100 million points. I Ching. From your gestures, I can see the figure of an entire void. But is this okay? You told Sir Feng to let him rest at the side. Now you suddenly want him to, come help. I'm afraid Sir Feng will. I Ching drew a circle in front of him with his index finger, then pulled it tightly and made a strangling motion. Huey's face paled. Hui laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look at the magic arrays and energy towers that were resonating with the magic arrays on the other side of the void region. He suddenly muttered, "It's okay. He can't kill me. At most, I'll be half dead. He won't be willing to do that." Hee, that's right. He's only half dead. I Ching chuckled dryly. Before he left, he told Lord Feng to take a walk and rest. Then, he led his men into a dangerous place. He didn't expect to be beaten up by a local resident and almost lost his bearings. Now, he had to come back with his tail between his legs to set his sights on Lord Feng. He probably wanted to take revenge on Lord Feng. Master Hui is a protector after all. His defense is top-notch. No one here can do anything to him. Who would have thought that Master Hui's primordial stage attack wouldn't be enough? I Ching let out a long sigh of relief. If he had known this would happen, he would have let Brother Qing come with the group. Then, there would have been nothing to worry about. It was also because their group was small, only around 50 people. They were up against 80,000 people. It was already a miracle that they could retreat unscathed after a month of fierce fighting. To be honest, if Brother Qing came, they wouldn't have to come back with their tails between their legs. However, he felt that the problem was that there were more residents in Black Nest. Primordial stage cultivators should be able to completely suppress those at reciprocity, but no one had ever heard of peak reciprocity cultivators being able to suppress the might of the primordial god. Oh, except for Lord Feng. He didn't need to be with anyone else to suppress the primordial god in the void. I Ching let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and was about to discuss the matter of Black Nest with Master Hui. He wanted to see if they could mobilize more forces from the front lines. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Master Hui holding a large sack. There was even a chain of order around the sack, which stunned him. Master Hui noticed I Ching's gaze and hurriedly put the sack away. He waved his hand and laughed. "Ah. Haha, this cough, it's nothing. Don't pay attention to it. It's used to store the local specialties that Feng brought back." Yes, that's right. When I Ching heard this, he turned his head with a strange expression and tried his best not to notice it. In any case, this was the daily interaction between the two lords. They just had to smile and pray for Lord Hui, hoping that he wouldn't die at Lord Feng's evil hands. Quang, a special sound rang out in the void, which attracted everyone's attention. The formations that were connected to the other side of the void were all operating in an orderly manner, gathering energy. All the formations have entered a state of resonance. Apart from the target void, all the other void regions have entered a state of forced stagnation. The path is unobstructed. The spatial barrier and sea of time have been completely sealed. There are no unexpected fluctuations. Master Hui, you can inform Lord Feng now. I don't think there's a need to inform him. Hui looked at the void that was surrounded by the formations. Suddenly, an infinite amount of energy gathered madly towards the center of the void. The endless energy gathered like a storm at the center, opening a pitch-black portal in the void. It was exactly the same as the void around it. The naked eye could not see any difference in that area. However, the energy sense could clearly see that the portal was rapidly expanding. When the pitch-black portal expanded to the size of a sun, we could feel that something began to flow into the void. It was as if a sea was pouring seawater into a big hole at the bottom of the sea. It was as if the void was flowing backward. The surrounding void quickly became bright because of this sudden scene. The pitch-black void was instantly filled with countless colors. Countless energy anomalies were modeled as if a bucket of colorful paint had been poured on the background of the void. It was gorgeous and strange. Then, the entire void region trembled slightly. Some kind of phantom intruded into everyone's sight. It was transparent like the flowers in the mirror or the moon in the water. They could not touch it, but they could clearly feel that the phantom was right in front of them. We stared intently at the black portal that had solidified. At a certain moment, he suddenly waved his hand. Open the rift to the void. Pour out all the excess void energy and clean up the void. The main body is about to come. Start charging the previously arranged temporary void. Magnify its rules and concepts to the extent that it covers the original void. Hurry! As the order was given, the third energy from the void began to burst out in the void. The dazzling oil paintings and energy anomalies all faded in an instant. After a few seconds, they disappeared into nothingness. What replaced them was a pure white light in I Ching's hand. It was instantly dyed with 7 colors, as if it had taken the place of the void to bear some of the pressure. The void synchronization has been completed. Now begin to combine the 2 void regions into one. Hui, keep an eye on the void. A murmur echoed in the soul. Hui waved his hand nonchalantly. It's all ready. We're just waiting for you. Hurry up. The soul communication was cut off in an instant. Along with it, the voices of Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji disappeared, as if they had returned to the state where they were completely isolated. But this time, it was only for a brief moment. In less than 5 seconds, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji's soul presence returned to his senses. This time, they were very close. Along with them was something even more massive. The moment it arrived, it broke through the countless defenses they had set up in the surrounding void. The collision and fusion of the void regions occurred very quickly, and the aftershock in the void could continue to tremble in the void for thousands of years. Bang! To put it bluntly, they felt the void suddenly tremble. Then, everyone turned their heads and saw an unprecedentedly huge golden celestial body appear in front of them. Its massive size was like a golden sea of fire. The entire world and their line of sight were divided into 2 in front of the behemoth in front of them. In front of them was a dazzling golden sea, and behind them was an empty, pitch-black void. Such a huge celestial body, and it was completely composed of origin energy and origin laws. The pressure was invisibly raised by dozens of levels. Hui and the others could not help but hold their breath. This big thing is so bright. Hui blinked hard. The core that is stained with origin energy and origin laws is in the center. That gray thing in the middle is the core. Where did Maple find this thing? I didn't find this thing. This thing came to us. A lazy voice sounded behind them. Hui and the others turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoxing, who was shining with gold and silver, slowly walking over with a group of people. The golden light on his body was fading little by little. He shrugged at the former and casually explained, "This thing's existence is blocking the void, causing the void region to split into 2. Now, it's just letting them return here. I'm controlling the core and watching the progress. The movement is quite big. I reckon that the front line of the void will also sense it. You're such a troublemaker. You always run into trouble wherever you go." Hui laughed and patted him on the shoulder. His expression suddenly became strange. He turned his head and looked at Jing Yun and the others. "They are." Yun Nuoxing turned around and pointed at Jing Yun and the others. The people over there. It's a little troublesome to talk about them. I'll give you the details later." Before he finished speaking, we took advantage of the moment when Yun Nuoxing turned around to put him in a sack. He quickly tied the chain of order at the mouth of the sack into a dead knot. Then, he used hundreds of millions of energy to tie the sack around and around it. He smiled sinisterly. "It's done." Jing Yun and Mo He, who did not know what was going on, were stunned when they saw this scene. They were even more stunned when they saw Jing Yuanji and Min's slightly shocked expressions. However, from little brother Maple's greeting just now, this white-clothed man with a sinister smile on his face should be an ally. Guests from afar, I'm sorry. We still have some revenge to settle over here. Forgive us for not being able to entertain you for a while. Hui cupped his hands and said to Jing Yun and the others. Then, he quickly carried Yun Nuoxing, who was tied up like a dumpling, on his shoulder. He grinned at I Ching and waved his hand. Little Ching, help me entertain the guests. If you have any problems, you can look for him. We have something to do, so we'll take our leave first. Let's go back and wash away our shame. Looking at Hui, who had gone far away in an instant, everyone in the original place was stunned for a moment. Except for I Ching, everyone else quickly followed the former's footstep. Jing Yuanji and Min Qi looked at each other for a few seconds, bowed to Jing Yun, and then hurriedly chased after Hui. All of a sudden, there were only a few people left in the void, looking at each other in dismay, confused and unable to make sense of the situation. I Ching smiled bitterly. He scratched his cheek and cast an apologetic expression at Jing Yun and the others. Sorry, they're usually like this. Oh. Jing Yun was also a little stunned. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Yun Nuoxing and the others had disappeared. Then, she looked at I Ching and smiled faintly. It's fine. Let them do what they need to do first. You just have to tell us about the void. Also, find a place for me to settle down. Our people are still in another space. I Ching laughed dryly and quickly nodded. No problem. Yun Nuoxing was also confused when she was put in a gunny sack as soon as she returned. Looking at Huey's anxious expression, she decided not to fuss over the matter of him grabbing her and running away without saying a word. As for Jing Yun and Mo He, little Ching was there, so there should be no problem. That place was no longer a fourth ring. He took the core out while he was at it. The center point of the fusion of the two voids followed that fragment, so there shouldn't be a problem. As for the fragment, he would put it aside for now. Oh, right, and the matter of the origin continent. It seemed that he could only put it aside for now. God knew what was wrong with Hui. He had just returned and he hadn't even had the chance to take a breather. He grabbed him and ran away without even telling him what he was going to do. Speaking of which, was it necessary to put a gunny sack over his head? That guy was purely trying to prank him after not seeing him for a long time, right? It was decided. As long as he let go of the gunny sack later, no matter where he was, he would beat him up without saying a word. Thud. Just as he lowered his head and thought about something, he felt that he had bumped into something head-on. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. After being dumbfounded for a while, he finally reacted and rubbed his nose with his hand. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Oh! It collapsed. Clang! Before she could come back to her senses, she felt something hit the back of her head hard. She saw stars all of a sudden and felt dizzy. She fell to the ground. After a while, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. She sat up abruptly and yelled, "You bastard old tortoise! Are you trying to beat me up while I'm in a gunny sack? Just you wait. You're dead. This time, I'll definitely hold you down in the void and beat you up. Waste. My old waist. Don't hit my face. You just wait and see. At %. And at %, now. A one-way ticket to the Great Void Rift. You're finished." Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the others looked at the wriggling gunny sack and heard Lord Feng's angry shouts. They then looked at Lord Hui, who was sweating profusely and had an expression that said, "I'm going to die in my old age." They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, Lord Feng had really wronged Lord Hui. No one was beating him up, at least not alone. It was just a group of people. Ding ding dong dong. Clang. Clang. Rumble. The energy barrier that more than 50 people jointly propped up suffered inhuman and unknown attacks as they passed through this space. The barrier caved in from all directions, and some attacks even directly penetrated the barrier and landed on them. As they walked, they could clearly see the people in front of them somersaulting forward as if they had been kicked, or suddenly clutching their waists and breasts, their faces full of anger. Jing Yuanji and Min still didn't know what had happened. In any case, they felt an inexplicable pain on their bodies, as if they had been fiercely punched. However, Hui and the others grimaced as if they had expected this. It was obviously some kind of predetermined program, which made them a little confused. Lord Hui, this place is… Ouch, what's going on? Jing Yuanji painfully clutched her left arm. In just 1 minute, she felt like she had been beaten hundreds of times by others, and most of the attacks were concentrated on her left hand. Solidified, turned into energy and world fragments of rules and concept. Their strengths are different, but their numbers are huge. There are at least tens of millions of world fragments piled up here. They have not completely merged into one, but they leak a lot of energy and melt it into concept and rules. They can pass through our barrier in an instant and directly attack us with rules. This is the Black Nest's counterattack barrier. Anyone who passes through here will be attacked to this degree. We looked at the gunny sack and said, "This is what we will encounter on the way through the Black Nest. Arg. It'll be fine in a while. Hold on a little longer." We could not help but cry out in pain from the storm-like beating and ravaging. He had been in and out for 5 rounds already. He had not gotten used to being beaten up here for 5 rounds. The attacks on his body were not particularly powerful and did not cause any damage to the rules. However, they were just right to make them feel pain. Min frowned in pain. She felt a little better after her body turned into nothingness. She raised her head and looked around. The void was pitch black, and the air was turbid, mixed with a lot of impure air of the void. She felt like she was facing a distortion, the distortion of the divine Shadow Clan. However, she could not tell what was in this pitch-black place with her naked eyes. She could only see endless distortions with her senses. It was a collapsed stone palace, and the space inside was covered by decaying trees and vines. The trees were mysteriously hung with swamps, mud, and the blood of some creatures. The mud was also mixed with purple and green broken crystals, and there was a black poisonous fog floating in the space. It was a chaotic and disgusting state at first glance. Min could only sense the traces and outlines, and then concluded that she could not see clearly what was actually going on. In short, it was a mess. Jing Yuanji looked at the person in the gunny sack who was about to go berserk and could not help but say, "Lord Hui, why don't you let Lord Feng know?" Hui shook his head hard. His deep eyes were like a deep pool. "As I have just told you, this natural barrier is formed by millions of world fragments piled together. In addition to the abandoned concepts and the power of the rules, there are also those things. Feng is entangled with those things. Once he is exposed here, he will definitely be devoured in an instant." Jing Yuanji and Min were both stunned when they heard this. Only now did they realize that every inch of space on the sack he was carrying was engraved with runes and spells that were full of sacred aura, completely isolating the aura of Yun Nua planet. We looked up with lingering fear, but even so, those things were still stupid, as if they sensed that there was a very delicious prey in the gunny sack, and would pounce at any time. "Phew, it can still hold on for a while. There should be no problem. I have calculated hundreds of millions of times. If there is a problem, I will twist my head off." Jing Yuanji finally understood why Lord Hui put Lord Feng in the gunny sack when they first met, although they still had 10 minutes before they came into contact with the Black Nest. Well, it was still Lord Huey's bad taste. "Get out quickly, get ready for battle." Huey's shout made everyone's expression turn serious. The energy in their bodies surged, and they were ready to destroy everything in front of them in a moment. Suddenly, a white hole of light appeared in front of them. Hui shouted loudly, threw all his power into the energy barrier, and rushed out of the hole of light with everyone. As the group of uninvited guests disappeared, a dull roar suddenly came from this dark, chaotic, and distorted place. In the darkness, 2 blood-red moons suddenly rose, sprinkling light in the direction where the whole of light disappeared. After a while they turned into 2 ellipses, and then into 2 crescent moons, and finally disappeared. Rumble, the dark space was returning to a state of calmness after losing its target, but before everything returned to normal, there was a sudden earth-shaking sound. In the darkness there seemed to be some kind of huge monster moving its body, and then it suddenly quieted down. Chapter 1582. It was a lush and vast plain. Looking around, the green grassland rippled with the wind, revealing large pieces of gravel on the grassland. Their line of sight followed the green waves to the distance, across the mountain pass sandwiched between 2 gently sloping high mountains, extending further into the distance. They could see a huge city enveloped by a faint blue energy barrier. There were walls erected around it, sentry towers, and many city defense tools used for battle. There were sentries every few steps on the walls, making this big city look like a heavily fortified fortress. Their line of sight returned to the vast and flat grassland just now. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up on a short hillside. The surrounding grassland fell in the direction of the wind, as if it was flattened by a heavy object. A white ring quietly appeared in midair. After waiting for a moment, a group of people rushed out of the ring with loud noises. They landed on the short hillside in a standard diving posture and rolled all the way down the hillside. Wah! Hui let out a tragic scream. He rolled out of the ring in an abnormally embarrassing posture. He saw stars and the sack on his shoulder flew out. Jing Yuanji, who followed behind him, was also dizzy, but she caught sight of the sack that the guardian had thrown out. She flew over to catch the sack regardless of her own safety and staggered to a stop on the hillside. Min, who had transformed into a void, was also a little dizzy when she came out. However, she was the most stable one at the scene. She didn't roll down or see stars, but she was a little dizzy. She stood at the top of the hillside and looked down. At a glance, she saw a group of people stacked in a human pyramid at the foot of the hill, as well as the guardian who was swaying around like a fool. She couldn't help but be stunned. Is it that serious? Jing Yuanji tilted her head and nodded at her. She sat down dizzily and tore open the order on the sack quickly. She poured out Lord Feng, who was also dizzy from being thrown around. At end yen. Yun Nuoshing, who felt the fresh air, opened his eyes and sat up. His face was full of question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jing Yuanji held her forehead with her hand and shook her head before saying, I heard from Lord Hui that this is a place called Black Nest, but... She stood up reluctantly and looked in the direction of the wind. She saw the vast plain and the city in the distance. She couldn't help but say, this is like another world. Hui? Yun Nuoshing, who was still in a daze, woke up instantly when he heard the name. Jing Yuanji saw his expression change from a dazed and cute to a demon stained with black blood in 3 seconds. His whole body was surging with a destructive aura, and she suddenly sweated. Puff. Feng, listen to me. I have a reason for doing this. Don't hit my face. We felt someone's aura and woke up with a cry. Then, he quickly hugged his head and curled up like a shrimp, quietly waiting for the observer's judgment. Then, after waiting for a long time, he found that nothing happened. He opened his eyes tremblingly and saw Yun Nuoshing looking at him with a dark face. He laughed a few times. You're not going to beat me? You fainted. I'll let you go. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and pulled him up from the ground. Where is this? Why did you kidnap me? Hurry up and explain to me clearly. This is Black Nest. We patted his spotless robe and put his palm on his forehead, as if he was looking into the distance. Well, it's just the name we gave. This world, in the words of these original residents, is called the Cloud Continent. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he felt that something was amiss. He turned to look at a certain guardian and saw him looking at him with a strange smile. He also felt that something was amiss. He repeated his words over and over again and said, The clouds? Is there an underground world? There really is. Hui nodded with a smile and pointed at his feet. Below means that the layout of this world is not based on the void as the background of the world. They are layers upon layers. Well, perhaps it would be better to call them independent worlds. Independent worlds. The background of the world should still be the void, but it is the void in the state of invisible and invisible. That is to say, we can't stand in the void and overlook the other worlds in the void and take in all the worlds in one breath. It is a bit like layers upon layers of small worlds, but they are all in a complete state. There is a void between the worlds, but they are all at the level of the void within the world. There is no origin void, and the residents here are ridiculously strange. The kind that beat you back. Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose. I heard a little from little Qingzi. I heard that you fought against an army of 80,000 with 50 people, and were driven back, right? You're a guardian, don't think that you're very good at fighting just because you have a big knife. Well, it's a bit ridiculous that a peak of origin can beat back the heavenly god of the origin. Hui, who had just been bombarded and turned gray, suddenly came back to his senses. He pressed Yun Nuashing hard and stared at her with his eyes wide open. Right. Ridiculous, right? Incredible, right? I'm the heavenly god of the origin. They can actually use one wave rush to drive us back. I'm telling you, I've never encountered such a humiliating thing in my life. This is definitely the darkest stain in my life. If I don't get rid of it, I'll definitely be possessed by inner demons. To hell with your inner demons. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely. A guy who stands at the top of the Order of the Void is telling me that I'll be possessed by inner demons? Hui smiled and scratched his head. That's what I meant. Ahem. Anyway. This time, I'll definitely avenge my previous humiliation. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms. You're not going to avenge your previous humiliation? Aya, there won't be a problem with you around. Hui smiled cheekily, and was pushed away by Yun Nuashing with disdain. So, what did you do here? Why did you start a war all of a sudden? This is as long as a piece of cloth. Hui grinned. He took out a few sets of clothes from his storage space, and threw them to Yun Nuashing and the others. He turned around on the spot and the white robe on his body turned into rough linen. He looked quite ordinary, but it could not hide his outstanding aura. Anyway, let's talk as we walk. Our teleportation here should have attracted some people's attention. It's better to leave first. Yun Nuashing replied with an "oh." She looked at the women's clothes in her hand and her expression froze. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself today? Ahem. I took the wrong one. Hui coughed dryly and grabbed the clothes in his hand and gave him another set of clothes. He smiled and walked down the mountain. He could not help but mutter in his heart, Tisk, it's better to just wear it. Why did you react so quickly? Wushang City was one of the thousands of cities on the vast gray land. However, it was located in an inconspicuous place in the corner of the gray wilderness. It was surrounded by lush grasslands and mountains. It was close to mountains and rivers, so it was rich in resources. However, it did not look like a barbarian village gathering place because of this. It was a big city, heavily guarded and had city defense deployments. The architectural style was different from the architectural style of the world of order that Yunhua and the others had seen on planet Yunhua. There were more than 100 cities like this in the Gray Expanse. After leaving the Gray Expanse, they could be considered to have stepped into the wonderful Gray Expanse. There were dozens of areas that were more rich and more prosperous than the Gray Expanse. Together, they formed the vast Gray Expanse. However, this was only a corner of the entire Cloud Continent. There were as many as 8 places on the Cloud Continent that were similar to the Gray Expanse. They were so vast that it reminded Yun Nuashing of the realm of the gods. Although this so-called Cloud Continent was not as big as one of the 5 major regions of the realm of the gods in the 139th era, a continent that was so vast that it was unheard of except for the spirit-gathering continent. We gave up the vastness of the starry sky in exchange for a vast continent. From this point of view, it is very monotonous. It's better to be in the starry sky. But the vastness of the starry sky is also very monotonous. Yun Nuoshing and the others crossed the gray expanse. More than 50 people scattered. A few of them went to the Wushang city that they saw when they landed, while the others went to places further away. They had stumbled all the way here the last time, so this time, they had to make a good arrangement. By the way, have the people who live here never seen what the stars look like? Yun Nuoshing suddenly asked. Hui spat out a mouthful of saliva. The questions you pay attention to are always very special. I really didn't expect this. Well, there is also a so-called starry sky here, but it is also very strange. The size of the stars is not what we think it is. The sun, the moon, and the stars move irregularly. The starry sky here is like a fantasy created by someone's imagination. It is far less interesting than the real starry sky, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Only when I look up at night that it looks like a real starry sky. You will know when you see it at night. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at the bright sunlight shining in the sky. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. A world that existed between reality and fantasy? Interesting. He wasn't clear about the situation outside, so he guessed that there wouldn't be many people who knew about the so-called Cloud Continent. Since they lived on the Cloud Continent, they probably wouldn't spend much effort to study the star field above their heads, as it was meaningless. At this time, Wushang City was covered with an energy barrier and seemed to be in a state of high alert. Although there were carriages and merchants coming and going, everyone looked hurried with their heads down. They didn't like to talk, which made the atmosphere a little tense. Battle mode? When I left, it wasn't so bad. It has only been a few days and they are already so nervous? Hui led Yun Nuoshing and the others away from the grassland and onto the spacious road. He was a little puzzled by the hurried and silent appearance in front of him. So, what did you do a few days ago when you were driven out by others? Yun Nuoshing looked at him and asked. Hey, didn't we get driven out? Naturally, we did what we were driven out. Yun Nuoshing. Okay, let's be serious. Hui coughed a few times and said, We are true outsiders, but the people of the Cloud Continent seem to treat us as another kind of outsiders, another group of non-human life forms that also exist in this unknown world background. As for the order, you know. Yun Nuoshing stopped in her tracks. Non-order life forms? Half of them are, and the other half aren't. We are a group of people of unknown origin who have great power and accidentally caused some damage here. Naturally, we are treated as the outsiders who aren't. Hui scratched his head and smiled bitterly. This is all a coincidence, a series of coincidences. You went out to drink water and broke your leg in a meeting. Yun Nuoshing teased. That's pretty much it. Anyway, we caused a little trouble in the Cloud Continent and then… Huey's face trembled a few times. Then, we were united as a thunderbolt. Before they united to throw us out, they were actually in a hostile state. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were tens of thousands of forces, more than a dozen super forces, and an overlord that stood above everything. These two groups usually don't care what happens, unless something big happens in the Cloud Continent. The other tens of thousands of forces are fighting each other every day. The overall situation is pretty much like this. Hui waved his hand and slowly explained. Yun Nuoshing pulled at her bangs. The big thing you mentioned, could it be that you are referring to the situation where the group of non-human beings attacked just now? Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. He pointed at himself. So, when we were driven out by the combined forces of the dozen forces and that one. I heard that the tens of thousands of forces behind them were also in a state of battle at that time. When the situation was not right, they would point their spears at us at any time. But before they could point their spears at us, we left. Yun Nuoshing looked at him speechlessly. That's quite tragic. By the way, Hui himself was also a troublemaker. His talent of causing trouble wherever he went was exactly the same as his. Now that these two matters were put together, he was afraid that the entire cloud continent would be turned upside down. Where is that group of non-human beings? Yun Nuashing asked. This. I really don't know. We left early and didn't know anything. How would I know where they are? Anyway, they belong to the same big place. It's probably like the relationship between the Sourcepeak region and the Ultimate Plane region. They are not far from each other, but I think it would take some effort. Hui shook his head. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, and suddenly thought of the deity realm and the devil realm in the 139th era. They weren't far from each other, and it wasn't easy for them to come here. As soon as they came, they would fight each other, and there would be no end to it, fighting to the death. Under the strict interrogation, it took Yun Nuashing and the other 10 minutes to squeeze into Wushang City. Yun Nuashing observed the situation around him. Most of the soldiers were in the celestial realm, and their realms were relatively low. Most of the living beings had their own cultivation, but they were all below the elementary celestial realm. The younger ones were even weaker. There were not many mortals, and most of them had their own cultivation. He turned to look at the city, and found a few obscure places with the aura of the Empyrean god of origin, but they were not particularly strong. After all, it was just a city in a corner of the gray expanse. If 2 or 3 Empyrean gods of origin appeared at the first meeting, then he would probably have to summon the entire army of the celestial realm to wash away Huey's humiliation. If that happened, then their combat power would be comparable to that of the celestial realm. There aren't any primeval gods in this place, right? Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, but then he waved his hand to show that he wanted to come over. If there really were primeval gods, Hui and the others would not be able to escape unscathed. Hui shrugged his shoulders. Most of the combat power is in the hands of the outstanding group of people, and the lower ones are the middle level. Those don't matter, but the number of high-level sources is really large, and they are ridiculously strong. About 6 high-level sources of the same realm can fight back and forth with our people, but if we really want to win, it may take 10 people. Min was stunned for a moment and looked at Hui speechlessly. He said that they were very powerful in the beginning, and then said that their family was only equivalent to 10 times their family's combat power. She could not tell if this was mockery or a simple explanation. The celestial realm's powerful laws and concepts give us this level of power. Lord Hui is used to saying that other people's power levels are divided in this way. Jing Yuanji whispered to Min. Min nodded stiffly. I'm not used to it. Wait, according to what you said, what do the people of the Void Court say? Jing Yuanji raised her head and tapped her chin with her jade-like finger. She thought for a while and said, about 1 to 4. However, if we were to really line up and use the energy towers that we commonly use to activate our formations and unleash the most powerful power, it might be 1 to 50. Min's body stiffened. Jing Yuanji spat. If Lord Hui and Lord Feng were to enter the array together, this number would be increased by a few times. It shouldn't be a problem to increase it by 7 or 8 times. That was a long time ago. Based on the current situation of Lord Hui and Lord Feng, it may be possible to increase it by dozens of times. Min took a deep breath. Are you people? Of course not. We are all energy life forms. The combined power of energy life forms is not 1 plus 1. It is all stacked and multiplied. Jing Yuanji shook her head. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Anyway, you are. Min's cheeks twitched a few times. Not human, not human. Seeing Min suddenly fall into a state of doubting life, Jing Yuanji could not help but laugh dryly. She looked at the 2 people beside her and shrugged helplessly. After all, it was the first major world of the 8 elements realm, and after all, it had the power to dominate the entire void. The second choice was the underworld. All right, I have a general idea of the situation. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Including the ins and outs of the matter, It was actually a trivial matter, but it snowballed and became more and more serious. In the end, it became a public enemy. Tell me, what are you going to do? Are you going to blow up the cloud continent, or are you going to find those unreasonable things and give them a good beating? Well, he was also an unreasonable guy, but the matter was actually not that serious. In fact, it was. We and the others beat people up, and the people who were beaten up were not satisfied and did not intend to let it go. Then, they found a group to beat them up. As the fight went on, more and more people were gathered. Suddenly, a grandson shouted, "These people are not people of the cloud continent," and then the whole people staged a firestorm. Anyway, at first, he was stunned when he heard it. He was familiar with the plot. It had happened many times in the realm of the gods. How could he run into this kind of thing in another world? It was a meaningless thing. If it were up to him, he should directly kill the first guy who caused trouble and scatter his ashes in 3 minutes. Then, he would give the onlookers a blessing of physical amnesia, and then toss all the rules and concepts in the place into nothingness. Then, they would not be able to find anything when they came over. Then, there would be nothing after that. We heard it and felt that something was wrong. Why are you so familiar with it? Cough cough. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. I'm just talking nonsense, you can just listen as you like. So, what are you going to do? If you really want me to blow up the cloud continent, I will start preparing now. We will start fighting in 3 days. If there are no accidents, the battle will end in 2 days, leaving the Ashes continent for you to slowly deal with. We and the other 50 people heard it and felt their scalps go numb. Cold sweat flowed from their hearts to their eyes. Listening to this speech of killing without blinking and destroying without boundaries, it was really a familiar speech of the Feng clan. No, no, don't do that. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand, showing a conflicted expression. Well, actually I'm not here to seek revenge. I'm just saying that it's fun. TCH, I was kicked out, it's normal for me to be a little resentful. I know, that's why I'm just saying it casually. Yun Nuashing shrugged. If it was really this level of troublesome matter, we and the others could solve it by themselves. As long as their identity as outsiders was not discovered and they acted as public enemy number 1 again, nothing would happen. It was very simple, but since they went through so much trouble to kidnap him, they must have other plans. We came here for Black Nest, so... Hui scratched his cheek and blinked crazily at Feng clan. You know. So you kidnapped me just to help you with your research? Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Seeing him nod with a dry smile, she became angrier and her face darkened. Stretch your head over here, I'll give you some blessings. Don't run. Stop right there. Don't. I'm wrong. Looking at the 2 people who had suddenly entered into their daily interaction state, Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, it was really fun to put these 2 things together. Chapter 1583. Hey, don't make a fuss here. It's easy to attract the bad guys here. We'll all be in trouble then. Yun Nuashing and Hui, who were flirting and chasing each other, suddenly heard these very clear words. Both of them were stunned. Half of the ground was covered with broken bluestones, and the other half was bare with grass roots. On the ground that was struggling to survive, stood a 14 or 15-year-old youth. His gaze was a little timid, and with some curiosity, he looked at the 2 of them. His hands subconsciously shrank in front of his chest. That expression and that action was very much like a frightened beast that was ready to defend at any time. Where did we run to? Yun Nuashing looked up and looked around. There were some very dilapidated houses around them. There were luxurious decorations and ornaments at the corners. On the right was a magnificent, dilapidated manor. The building in the center was so dilapidated that it was more than lacking bricks and tiles. It looked like it had not been repaired after a war. Even one of the supporting stone pillars was in a broken state. There was even a bird's nest at the place where the stone pillar broke. It was more than 4 meters high from the ground. On the second floor of the central building, there were only 3 planks and a half-meter wide wall left. Perhaps they could still build a corner that could block the wind from both sides. Hui was also stunned for a moment. He was so focused on chasing each other that he did not notice where they had run to. The surrounding buildings were not more than 5 meters high. From some of the details, he could judge that this place used to be prosperous, and there should be a large number of quite prosperous buildings. For example, the open space in front of them was filled with broken stones and plank. Those fragments piled up to a height of 10 meters, which was higher than the surrounding dilapidated buildings. He was sure that there should have been a very large building in that open space. Standing in the alleyway, next to the windows of the dilapidated buildings, there were some vague silhouettes of people. There were people who were about the same age as the young man in front of them, and there were also some elderly people who leaned against the wall and glanced at them with their turbid eyes. Then, they turned their heads away. Secretly, there seemed to be some gazes with a deeper meaning. Why is this place in such a dilapidated state? It looks like they were too lazy to repair it after the war. Was this a place that was directly abandoned? Hui could not help but whisper. The young man looked at the 2 people who were wearing plain clothes, but they were curious and looked a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you come to Wushang City from somewhere else?" Yun Nuoxing was just about to say a few perfunctory words when Hui's eyes suddenly flashed. He bent down and looked directly into the young man's eyes. He said with a smile, Yes, we are travelers. We accidentally came to Wushang City, but we haven't found a place to stay for half a day, so we can only walk around." He let out a sigh of relief and pointed to a place. "There are many uninhabited houses over there. Although they are a little rundown, they can still shelter you from the wind and rain. As long as you can endure the walls that can't block out the sound and the doors that can't be closed, it's actually not a bad place. However, you can't make a ruckus here. You'll attract the bad guys here." Bad guys? This was the second time we heard the young man mention the bad guys. He looked around curiously. His soul went deep into the void and scanned the surroundings a few times. He didn't find any threats. Oh no, if the target was this young man, then there were many people in this place who could pose a threat to him. He didn't know which one was the bad guy he was talking about. "Yes, but as long as we don't disturb him, everything is fine." The young man nodded and pointed to the front. "Do you want to come? It doesn't matter. Usually, we just rest on the grass with the sound of insects and wind. We just need to find a place to stay." Hui nodded with a smile. "Then let's go." The young man smiled and winked. He was about to lead the way when his eyes suddenly paused. "Are those 2 sisters with you?" He didn't even need to turn his head to feel Jing Yuanji and Min's aura behind him. Yun Nuoxing replied, "Yes, is there anything inconvenient?" "No, just be careful not to meet that bad guy." The young man walked in front and led the way. "I heard that many girls were taken away by him and never came back." Min and Jing Yuanji looked at each other after hearing this. The former made a throat-twisting gesture. Jing Yuanji shrugged and stretched out her lily-white hand in front of her. Yun Nuoxing could hear the sound of air being squeezed. When he turned around, he saw the 2 girls exchanging glances with each other, as if they were communicating with their eyes. He was stunned. "Why is this place like this?" "No one has come to fix it," Hui said casually. "It seems like there's a war here. It's a war all year round. Moreover, there's a lot of conflict near here, so very few people come to fix it." The young man blinked. After his fear faded, his black eyes were very clear and without any ulterior motives. "I heard that there's a city in the open cloud continent about 20,000 kilometers away from Wushang City. They send troops to attack Wushang City all year round. Yes, also, I heard from those uncles that this place is being used as a buffer zone. That's the real reason why they don't send people to fix it. As for more details, I'm not too sure." Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other. Hui shook his head. Yun Nuashing made an "oh" sound in his heart. It seemed that the teleportation was random. This time they just happened to arrive at the border between the two continents, and it was also a war zone. From the young man's words, she also learned that because there were some strange movements in the Cloud Continent in the past 10 days, the city in the open Cloud Continent took the opportunity to send people to attack. The battle lasted for 3 whole days. Although the city walls were broken, Wushang City still used all of its strength to drive the enemy out of the city. However, there were many new traces of war left behind, and this place that wasn't repaired looked even more tattered. As they walked forward, they saw several large craters in the ground. These were traces left behind by powerful forces. In this short journey, Yun Nuashing saw many similar craters. Some of them still had weak remnants of energy. The two sides of the battle were mostly peak stage Heavenly God. As for the Heavenly God origin powerhouses in the city, as long as they didn't want to destroy the entire city, or if they didn't have brains, they wouldn't fight in the city. The young man brought the 4 of them to a relatively clean and tidy place that seemed to be a campsite. This attracted the attention of many people in the campsite. When they saw that they were wearing plain clothes that could barely be considered neat and clean, they turned their gazes away. "Lu Qing, why did you bring outsiders here?" In the campsite, a middle-aged man walked towards the young man and spoke with some displeasure. He looked at Yun Nuashing and the others curiously. His gaze swept over Jing Yuanji and Min's faces before moving away. He felt a little strange. He couldn't see through these people. "They are." The young man was about to speak when he froze. He didn't ask for Yun Nuashing and the others' names. "Hello, my name is Hui. The 4 of us are tourists who came here from the Qing province." Hui smiled and nodded at the middle-aged man. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder. "When we were in Wushang City, we met a spy. He said he could help us find a place to stay, so we came to disturb you. Don't worry, we will leave in 2 days." The Qing province. The middle-aged man's face twitched. That was more than a dozen continents away, on the other side of the Cloud Continent. How could this group of people travel here? "Uncle, I'll bring them over first." Lu Qing bowed to the middle-aged man, then waved at Hui. He led the 4 of them straight into the depths of the campsite. The group of people on the way raised their heads and looked at each other a few times. Then, they all shook their heads. "The Qing province is a little far. To be able to come here, I'm afraid. But looking at their poor appearance, it seems that they can't get any benefits." The middle-aged man frowned. The most important thing was that he couldn't see through these people. After thinking about it, he turned around and waved his hand at the crowd. The entire campsite returned to silence. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. Jing Yuanji whispered in the former's ear. After a while, the 4 of them shrugged and looked at Lu Qing. This little guy probably didn't know where he was, but they were too lazy to care. There were always 1 or 2 places like this in every city. It wasn't surprising. As long as that group of people didn't provoke them, they wouldn't care about the existence of these things. Lu Qing brought them to a room that had been empty for a long time. Not long after, the middle-aged man came over. It seemed that he had something to say to Lu Qing. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others and pulled them away. The young man was still a little apologetic. When he was pulled away, he repeatedly apologized to Yun Nuashing and the others, saying that he would come back later to help clean up. Creak, the dilapidated wooden door made a sound that made one's teeth ache with a gentle push. They didn't dare to use too much strength, for fear that the whole door and the door frame would be removed together. Yun Nuashing and the others squeezed into this small dilapidated house. As the young man said, it was a very small place to stay. The 4 of them stood in a place that was 3 meters wide and almost filled up the small house. They could make do with huddling in the corner for a night to experience life. If they really wanted to stay here for a long time, Yun Nuashing would rather fly to the sky and find a random cloud to sleep. Although he was a little familiar with the bed, he wasn't used to sleeping in a bed. Didn't the people in the realm of the gods sleep in the sky every day? What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and used energy to clean up this simple little house. She waited for the energy to automatically remove the dust in the house and some small residents hanging in the corner. She then turned her gaze to Hui and curled her lip. Have you thought about what your purpose is? Hui took a deep breath and shrugged. I don't know. You should have some plans, right? I don't know. I don't have any plans. Hui continued to shake his head. The last time we landed was in Green Province. Now that we've landed in the Gray Expanse, I don't know what to do for a while. Well, even if that's the case, I probably don't know what to do even if we return to Green Province. Jing Yuanji took out a few small stools from her dimensional storage and handed them to Lord Feng and Lord Hui. The four of them sat in a circle in the middle of the small house and looked at each other in silence for 5 minutes. We should have a bonfire. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and casually took a few pieces of wood from outside. She gently snapped her fingers and ignited a fire to light the wood. The four of them then sat in a circle around the bonfire and continued to be silent. After a while, Min couldn't keep quiet anymore. We have to find something to do, right? We can't really sit in front of a fire until the end of time. Yun Nuoxing heard that and looked at Hui again. Tell us about your original plan. No. Hui shook his head vigorously. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and couldn't help but laugh. I'll beat you up, okay? Hui couldn't help but laugh dryly. Really, no, I don't have any plans. I said I'm here to understand this black nest and do whatever I want, but I don't have any plans at all. I'm really not good at this, so I brought you along. Yun Nuoxing was angry. You really broke through to Yuanshi realm for nothing. Oh, I can't help it. In order to become stronger, I have to sacrifice something. Yun Nuoxing and the other two were speechless. Did this guy sacrifice his brain in exchange for Yuanshi realm? But then again, this guy's strength was indeed at Yuanshi realm, but he could be blasted back by 80,000 Origin Realm cultivators. It could be seen that this guy was just good at taking a beating. His strength wasn't particularly great. So, he sacrificed his brain in exchange for defense? They had never heard of lowering intelligence to increase defense. There's nothing particularly worth paying attention to now. We've just arrived, so we haven't noticed anything yet. Yun Nuoxing casually threw a wooden stick into the fire and stretched. My soul can't touch the conceptual layer of laws, and there's no way to directly observe this world from the big view. Troublesome, troublesome. More or less, I have a plan. Yun Nuoxing let out a long breath. We'll stay here for a day or two and take a look first. Wait a minute, so what are you trying to do? Hui grinned foolishly. Catch you to do research. Be more specific. I'm still dizzy. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do when I'm caught here. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. That'll have to start from a few months ago. Hui shrugged. It wasn't me who discovered the black nest. It was the warriors guarding the front line of the void. At first, they said that they found something strange in the void of order, and then they passed it to my family. My family finally passed the news to me, and then I came to take a look. Huey's expression suddenly changed a little, which stunned Yun Nuoxing and the other two. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Yun Nuoxing reached out and pinched him. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Alright, it's actually like this. Hui grinned and looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed to want to fall on the void, but it was blocked by something. After a while, he looked away and said in a deep voice, "This black nest came from the void of chaos. I don't know its true form. Based on my speculation when I stayed here for a few days, it seems to be a strange thing that was pieced together by multiple worlds of order located in the void of chaos." From the void of chaos. Yun Nuoxing whispered softly. After a while, she suddenly paused. If you had told me earlier, I would have brought Jing Yun here. I guess it would have been done by now. You brought her back from another void region? Hui looked at her curiously. What's her special background? She used to be the heavenly god of the origin, a remnant of that era. Yun Nuoshing stared at him faintly, and softly told him about Jing Yun and the others. Hui understood halfway through and scratched his head awkwardly. You didn't tell me at that time. Seems like. Yun Nuoshing was just about to nod, but she turned her head and felt that something was wrong. Her face instantly darkened. You put a gunny sack on me the moment I came out. How can I tell you? Ahem, calm down. I didn't expect it either. Seeing Maple stand up and roll up his sleeves in a fit of rage, Hui instantly froze. He did a backflip and hugged his head as he squatted at the corner of the wall. I was wrong. Don't hit my face. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and sat down again. She turned around and looked at the small house. It had been cleaned up, and the interior looked brand new. The originally leaky walls had been plugged up, and the missing bricks and tiles on the ceiling had been casually plugged up with energy crystals. It looked quite suitable for a person to meditate in peace. It would be even better if it was surrounded by mountains and rivers outside. Well, as she spoke, Yun Nuoshing thought of the secluded small house in the realm of the gods. A small broken house surrounded by mountains and rivers. Wasn't that the same as that small house? Brother Hui, I'm here. Oh, you're done. Just as the atmosphere was about to drop to the freezing point, a brisk voice suddenly came from outside. The four of them turned their heads together and saw a young boy standing by the door. His face showed a hint of surprise, and he kept scratching his head. You guys are too fast. I was in a hurry to get rid of my uncle to come and help you guys. It's just a small matter. Hui smiled and waved his hand. He stood up from the corner and returned to his seat. He rolled his eyes and asked, By the way, why did your uncle look for you? Lu Qing found a wall and leaned against it. He did not sit down. He asked me where you guys came from, and also some things about you guys. It was weird, but I haven't known you guys for long, so I just casually dealt with it. Oh. Hui responded without batting an eyelid. Then what did he say? He didn't say anything. Lu Qing blinked. Although he said that, his expression seemed to indicate that he was hiding something. Hui raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of interest. He exchanged glances with Yun Nuoshing. The latter was too lazy to pay attention to him. She stretched herself and leaned against the wall behind her. Although she did not know what this young boy was hiding, there was no need to pay attention to it. They did not see any evil intentions, so there was no problem. As for what he was hiding, let him be entangled with it. A 15 or 16-year-old boy was also at the age when his mind was active. After talking with Lu Qing for a while, they found out about this slum that was used as a buffer zone. But to be honest, it was not a big deal. Whether it was a certain someone in the dark or not, it had nothing to do with them. Anyway, they would leave in 2 days. As for whether these 2 days would be peaceful, they could not say for sure. After sending Lu Qing away, Yun Nuoshing and Hui stood at the door. The former glanced at him and said, You don't need to pay attention to it? What's there to pay attention to? He's just a child. My intuition tells me that there's nothing wrong. Even if there's something wrong, it's, behind my back. Hui shrugged indifferently. There are ordinary families who are persecuted by war in every world and every city. It's just that the ones here seem to be particularly unusual. Yun Nuoshing looked at him from head to toe and said, You don't seem to be too surprised. The last time I was here, I saw it in the land of Qingzhou. The slum. I mean this kind of thing that's similar to a buffer zone. It seems that every city has it. If you find that a city doesn't have it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's peaceful. It could be that they're fighting more fiercely in another place. For example, in an open plain, millions of troops are charging at each other. For example, in a valley. Ahem, that's what it means. So a city with a buffer zone is a symbol that the intensity of the war is not so fierce? Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms. This was really interesting. Well, that's it. Hui nodded and leaned against the door frame with his hands behind his head. His eyes casually swept across the broken land and could not help but sigh. But this place. Sigh, it's easy for some dangerous people to appear in this kind of place. Let's not talk about whether they're powerful or not. They're dangerous themselves. But it doesn't have much to do with us. After patting Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, Hui turned around and went back into the room. Take a rest. You must have had a tough time coming here. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Nothing would have happened if you didn't drag me here. I should be resting leisurely in the void front line right now. I've moved to a void region, and haven't even rested before you dragged me here. Oh, I'll take you around Wushang City at night. I'll treat you to a meal. Chapter 1584. Wushang City was in a state of war all year round, but it wasn't so strict that it was carved into the bones. There was no curfew at night. Other than the ruins in the east that were used as a buffer zone, there were still very warm lights in other places, rendering the place as bright as day. Music and laughter were heard every night, blocking the line of sight in the direction of the city wall. It was impossible to tell that the city was in a state of war. The wars started by the superiors. The wars between the Grey Expanse continent and the neighboring Open Cloud continent were all led and controlled by the superiors. The existence of Wushang City and other cities was just a small battlefield for them. They didn't know why the wars they started were for Yun Nuoxing, but the things that were affected. Wushang City was a miniature version of the entire Cloud continent. The same situation existed in the realm of the gods, but it was far less serious than the Cloud continent. That was a little off topic. After saying so much, what he meant was that the wars started by the superiors wouldn't affect the lives of ordinary people to the extent that it would affect everyone's lives. That was why Wushang City was in such a situation at night. It was clearly a state of war, but the scene of Wushang City not at night could still be seen. The wars between the superiors were a disaster for them. Therefore, the Cloud continent probably had something similar to the Rebirth Realm's prohibition to restrict the superiors. Otherwise, why would they have that unique one? Although they basically didn't care about the trivial matters of the Cloud continent and only paid attention to whether those inhuman things would come to the Cloud continent and made preparations for it. They also led an army of 80,000 to drive Hui and the others out a few days ago. However, they were still considered the rulers of the Cloud continent. At least in name, they definitely had something similar to it. He was thinking nonsense again. Although he came out to play and eat and drink, he was absent-minded. Even when he came out to play, his mind didn't stop, and he was always thinking nonsense. It was just that he was thinking a lot at this time. As for why now, Dong? Congratulations to guest number 422 for winning the increasing talisman for 3 million divine origin coins. Next item. Yun Nuoxing turned his head stiffly and looked at Hui, who was blindly excited but didn't open his mouth to bid. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's right, they were in the auction house right now. Hui was the one who led them in, and it had nothing to do with him at all. He planned to go to the very quiet place to cultivate in Wushang City to take a look, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Yawn. Yun Nuoxing yawned and glanced around. They were sitting in the ordinary guest area. The huge auction house was said to be able to accommodate 1 million people at one time, and there were also VIP seats and other places. The auction at this time wasn't that popular, and it wasn't to the point where there were no empty seats. However, he looked around and estimated that there were about 100,000 people. Only 3 of the 13 VIP seats had curtains down to indicate that there were people inside. The ordinary area they were in was neatly seated. Looking down from this position, he could see a large black mass of people. It was especially noisy when there were more people, and he felt physically and mentally exhausted. His left ear was bombarded by demonic sounds one after another, and now his soul was about to fly out. Yun Nuoxing slowly sat up from the chair and muttered with a haggard face. So, what is the fun thing you were talking about? It won't be out so soon. Don't worry, you will see it later. Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up to show that there was no problem at all. Where did you get the money? Yun Nuoxing looked at him deeply. Although you can disobey the rules and have a sample in your hands, it's not good to create a situation on a large scale, right? Hui had an expression that said he already knew that he would say that. He laughed and leaned back on the chair, saying, "The common currency of the Cloud Continent is Divine Origin Coin. Doesn't it sound familiar?" Divine Origin Coin? Yun Nuoxing sat up a little straighter. The currency that can only be made by people above the initial god rank. It has energy and can even be used as a weapon? I have seen this before, but this method of making it is not widely spread. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for people at the rebirth state to come into contact with it. Moreover, it is very strenuous to make it. Oh, pretend I didn't say anything. While he was muttering, Hui slapped a scroll in his hand, making him speechless. He didn't need to open the scroll to know what was engraved on it. In the end, you still don't follow the rules. I got this thing when I was schemed against in the Qing province. Hui waved his hand with an indifferent expression. Yun Nuoxing looked at him sideways, pausing after every word. You schemed against by others? Hui scratched his head embarrassedly. Performance, it's all a performance. After cooperating with him for so long, I should at least receive some remuneration, right? This remuneration is too generous. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It's just an ordinary currency. There are always things in this world that are more valuable than these straightforward currencies. Moreover, it's not easy to make divine origin coin. Therefore, to continue the previous sentence, it's still possible to come into contact with it with some effort. However, this thing's pirated version is dozens of times more than the original version. If you want to get a fake and knowingly commit a crime, you will probably be hung up and beaten up by the management of each district. The above common sense was what he came into contact with in other worlds that used similar divine origin coins. By the way, other than divine origin coins, there are actually other ordinary currencies. The two have a certain exchange ratio. In addition, he liked to call these things collectively as energy currencies because he had seen a lot of them. It was a little hard to remember all the names, so he might as well just unify them. Anyway, the meaning is the same. Buzz. He made a divine origin coin according to the method in the formula. Well, from what he knew, there was nothing special. Boom! The sound of the hammer falling on the stage made Yun Nuoxing's veins explode. He unhappily dug his ears and looked over. While he was chatting with Hui, another auction was completed. Flawless Palace. It was said that it was the largest auction house in Wushang City. The largest hall would only be opened once every 10 days or half a month. The place they were sitting in now was just an ordinary hall that would be opened once every 2 or 3 days. It seemed that there were other halls used for other things. Hui had mentioned it just now, but he had already forgotten. The Flawless Palace was not unique to Wushang City. It seemed to be a huge force. They could be seen in the Grayish Land, Qingzhou Land, Open Clouds Land, and more than a dozen other places, which made him immediately think of the Night Owl Alliance. They were also present in every corner, but they were not the same. The latter only repeatedly jumped around in some abnormally dangerous places. The Flawless Palace was just a normal auction house. Moreover, every time it opened, there would be at least 2 items related to the rebirth state. In this relatively remote place, if it was not because of the war, there might not be many rebirth state experts, let alone items related to the rebirth state. Well, these were all things he had heard. As for the truth, he was looking at it now. Based on what he had seen so far, this auction was quite interesting. It could attract people in the upper 3 realms of initial god stage and lower 3 realms of rebirth state. As for them, they were just here to watch the fun. Even if there was something here, it would not attract them. Moreover, at their level, It seemed that they did not need anything. The things he picked up outside were all accidental and could not be measured by anything. There are so many people. It's so noisy. Yun Nuoxing gave a long yawn. She glanced sideways at Hui, who was still watching the auction with great interest. Then, she looked at the two girls who were whispering to each other. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the venue below in boredom. Okay, don't worry. It's coming soon. Hui pulled Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and pointed at the high platform below. He grinned mysteriously. Hey, even if there is something in this place that can really interest you, it's only a little. How can there be anything that can really catch your eye? Yun Nuoxing grinned. She lazily pulled herself up from the chair and looked down with interest. Next item. Oh, this is already the last item. The auctioneer on the stage waved his hand and was about to say his habitual words. However, he caught a glimpse of the item that the maid brought up. This made his already excited mood calm down a little. He put on a mysterious expression and chuckled softly. Those who are familiar with Flawless Palace know that this hall usually puts things that can't be identified and things that can't be explained at the end. This is the mysterious item that everyone has been waiting for. The auctioneer suddenly took out an unknown item from his pocket. Yun Nuoxing glanced at it. Other than judging that it contained quite a bit of energy, she could not see anything else for the time being. The auctioneer held up the irregular stone-like item in his hand high for everyone to see. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and crushed it. The sound of the explosion was especially crisp and clear. The entire hall echoed with a burst of sound. There are many new guests present. There are also some old guests who have never participated in this last segment. Today, I will use this outer heaven black stone as an opening. There was an uproar in the hall. Even those who were familiar with it exclaimed softly. It seemed that the outer heaven black stone was something special and precious. This Flawless Palace is really rich. How many people can't get the outer heaven black stone even if they want it? Good heavens! A palm-sized outer heaven black stone costs about 200,000 Xinyuan coins. It broke just like that. But what is this last segment? Kid, you must have come to the Flawless Palace to participate in the auction. Do you see that black box? It contains the last auction item, but it's hard to tell what it is. Hey, don't be so quick to show an uninteresting expression. The meaning of "it's hard to tell" is that even if it's placed in front of you, you might not know what it is. It's not asking you to buy a box and bet on what's inside. Even if you buy the wrong item, you can't blame others. Of course, the Flawless Palace won't throw out a piece of trash for you to snatch. Among the mysterious items that have appeared in the past, some ancient items have been bought by experts who knew their stuff. Using appropriate methods, they could unleash power beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, the item may be good, but the most important thing is whether you can recognize it or not. If you don't have a clue, it's better not to bid recklessly. It's true that a treasure is covered in dust, but there must be someone who knows its stuff to wipe away the dust on the surface. So that's what it means. Everyone was enlightened. However, there was still a little bit of gambling involved. Hui curled his lips at Yun Nuoxing and pointed at the foot-long black box below. Yun Nuoxing looked at him lazily and saw the item inside the box. Then, her lazy gaze suddenly changed. She almost jumped up and pointed at the box with her eyes wide open. Hui nodded in satisfaction. He had been waiting for this scene. What is that? Hui said. Feng, you've changed. You've also become naughty. You can't learn from me. Maintain your character. There's no character to speak of. Yun Nuoxing grinned and waved her hand. Let's not talk about those weird things. The thing inside. It contains the power of the natural order. However, it doesn't seem to belong to this space. The cloud continent. Is it from outside? I didn't see it that quickly. Furthermore, I only heard some rumors from some places. I felt a little interested, so I brought you here to take a look. Colors of energy appeared in Huey's eyes. He switched his vision several times, and the item inside the black box suddenly became clear. It was a stone. According to the rumors, it was a piece of outer mystic stone. It was the outer mystic stone that the auctioneer had just crushed. However, it was probably one of the types. Its color and energy were not the same as the one he had just crushed. Furthermore, that piece of black outer mystic stone did not have the same amount of power of the natural order as this one. Take a closer look and feel it. Yun Nuoshing frowned. At this time, the auctioneer slowly opened the black box. She looked away and saw a piece of white stone inside the box. Its smooth surface was like a mirror. It even reflected the auctioneer's calm expression. This item has been determined by the people of Wu Xia Palace. It is also a piece of outer mystic stone. However, it is a outer mystic stone that we have never seen before. At least, the mystic stone record did not record this type of white mystic stone. The energy inside is sealed. We do not know the type of energy and its use. This auction will be the same as before. This mystic stone will be left here. Everyone has 1 hour to use their own methods to observe it. However, you are not allowed to touch it. If it matches your eyes and you want to take it away, you can leave your bid here. If it is more complicated, you can also appraise it on the spot. After 1 hour, we will reveal the answer. The highest bidder will win. Then, this auction is considered to be over. Friends who want to leave first can leave on their own. Thank you for your support, the auctioneer said with a smile. He turned around and retreated to the side. He waited quietly and did not speak anymore. After the hall was silent for a while, people gradually stood up and walked out of the hall. It seemed that they did not intend to participate in the last segment. They were not even interested in the result. What do you say? Let's go up and take a look? Hui poked Yun Nuoshing's face and winked at him. Yun Nuoshing pondered. In a short 10 minutes, less than 30% of the people were left in the hall. At this time, someone walked up to the stage and stared at the white outer mystic stone through a layer of energy barrier. After pondering for a while, he took a pen and paper from a maid and wrote something hastily and handed it to the auctioneer. There were also people who pulled the auctioneer to a corner. There were flashes of light as if they were appraising it on the spot. It's hard to tell what it is. Yun Nuoshing put his hands behind his head and stretched lazily. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Then again, we don't have any money. We do have money. Look at this. Hui flicked a palm-sized badge in his hand. Yun Nuoshing turned his head to take a look and was stunned. That was actually a currency, an abnormal currency that was refined using a normal method. It was many times more advanced than the divine origin coin. If that thing was casually thrown out, it would cause a commotion among the high-level heavenly gods of origin. Improved divine origin coin. Why don't we call it origin coin? It contains the power of order of this protector, part of the fragments of laws, and vast and pure energy. It can support a high-level heavenly god of origin for hundreds of years. It can even provide enlightenment. Hui said proudly. That's... Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched a few times. It can even burn 3 pieces of land to ashes if thrown out. You created such a dangerous thing because you want to break the balance and let them fight among themselves so that you can reap the benefits, right? Oh, it's not that exaggerated. I purposely weakened the power of this thing. It can only be used for cultivation. It can't even burn 3 pieces of land if thrown out. Oh, then, at most it can only burn 2 pieces of land. Yun Nuoshing. That's not good at all. As Hui spoke, he stood up with a smile and dragged Yun Nuoshing away. Hey, don't worry about that. Let's go, let's go. I'm very curious about that thing. Let's hurry up and take a look. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly as she watched Lord Feng being dragged forward. When Lord Hui was too energetic, he would often have to torment Lord Feng. Hui circled around the white stone and called Yun Nuoshing with all his might. Only then did he reluctantly move forward to take a look. Then, He was stunned again. Alright, stop pretending. If you're done, let's go. I've already written the chips. Hui waved the parchment in his hand. Just as he was about to drag Yun Nuoshing away, he saw his expression that didn't seem to be fake. He was stunned and asked softly in his soul, "What's wrong? Is it really something rare?" "I'm not sure if it's rare or not, but this energy is a little useful to me." Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. "But it's not for my own use. You can buy it first." "Oh, if it's not enough, how about doubling it?" "Hey, in this borderland, there are only 3 beginner-level origins guarding Wushang City. If someone can pull out a higher chip than this, I'll eat that origin coin, okay?" Hui nonchalantly threw the parchment to the auctioneer and was about to drag Yun Nuoshing away when the auctioneer suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, please wait a moment." Hui turned his head. The auctioneer looked at the parchment in his hand and was puzzled. He made a gesture of invitation and walked to a dark place. The two of them leaned over and heard the auctioneer say, "I wonder what this origin coin you're talking about is? If you need me to appraise it, I can help. After all, we need to appraise an unknown item before we can judge your bid." Hui expressed his understanding and threw the freshly refined origin coin over. He said casually, "Divine origin coin. It's the same thing, but it's of a higher level. You know what I mean." The auctioneer's body stiffened when he heard this. He gently took the palm-sized coin and carefully observed it in his hand. He looked at Hui with a puzzled and complicated gaze and respectfully returned the badge to him. He smiled and said, "I understand. Please return to your seat and wait for a while. The result will be announced in less than 10 minutes." Hui waved his hand indifferently and dragged Yun Nuoshing back. His face was full of gossip. "Tell me quickly, what's wrong with that energy?" Yun Nuoshing reluctantly fidgeted for a while. After she sat down, she dragged his consciousness into the spiritual world. The spiritual world with green mountains and clear waters was like a real origin world, full of the aura of life. The little angel was still guarding the small courtyard by the mountain. When she saw Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing coming here together, she got up and greeted them. "How's Frost?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at the extremely gorgeous and romantic flower bed in the courtyard. She looked at the person lying on the bed and asked softly. "She's fine. After a small transformation, she can adapt to the situation here. The speed of her evolution has become very slow." The little angel pulled Yun Nuoshing to the flower bed. He looked at the girl sleeping on the bed with her eyes closed and scratched his head in distress. Before leaving the 4th rank area, he had sensed that this girl's self-construction rule had been partially perfected. She could withstand the torment of some teleportation and energy transfer, so he stuffed her into the spiritual world. Initially, he wanted to use his soul to speed up her self-evolution, but now it seemed that it was useless. We looked at the girl on the bed and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he patted Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder and grinned evilly. Keeping a mistress in a golden house? Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were speechless. Ahem, okay, I'll stop fooling around. Before Fong could use violence, we quickly put on a serious expression. So, that's a origin life, and it's a defective origin life. Right now, it's slowly repairing itself. The speed is slow, and it'll probably repair itself until the end of time. The user of that energy you mentioned just now, you're not thinking of letting her use it, are you? Yun Nuoshing nodded. How about it? My judgment is quite right. What do you think? How would I know what I think? Hui rolled his eyes. I haven't even figured it out. I'm not like you. I just want to buy it because I think it's fun. Yun Nuoshing. So? Hui shrugged. Anyway, buy it first. Once you buy it, you can't run away. Chapter 1585. As their consciousness returned from the spiritual world, Yun Nuoshing and Hui opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the black box on the stage. At this moment, the hall was unusually quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the time to end. They quietly stared with their eyes wide open, their breathing rapid, and their palms sweaty. Is there anything unusual? Jing Yuanji whispered to Yun Nuoxing. Fortunately, the general situation has stabilized. But unexpectedly, there is no acceleration of the recovery speed in my soul. Yun Nuoxing said as she rubbed her forehead. I don't know if it's because the origin lifeform is too heaven-defying that even I can't affect it, or Frost's evolution progress is the most suitable for her, so there is no change. By the way, did anything happen when we sneaked into the spiritual world? Jing Yuanji shook her head. After they came back, there were still some people who walked up to the stage, but most of them were nervous and uncertain. They probably just wanted to try their luck and bet on whether someone would offer a very low price. Except for a few people who almost quarreled when they talked about the white magnetite just now, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Don't worry, there will be no problem if we do it. Hui reached out and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder as he grinned. He did not believe that in this place, in this remote city, there would be someone who could come up with something more valuable than the badge. If there was, he would really eat the badge raw without dipping it in sauce. Well, Yun Nuoxing muttered as she raised her head and looked at him. I don't particularly care about that. Since we know that this kind of white, outer magnetite exists in the cloud continent, the only thing left is the problem of obtaining it. At most, we can use a large-scale soul spying to see where this kind of thing can be found. Unless it is man-made, I can find it. We couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. That was right. The biggest significance of the white mysterious stone that appeared in front of them today wasn't that it was right in front of them, but that its appearance told Feng that there was such a thing here. Even if they really didn't touch this stone today, they could spend a little bit of time to look for it. Anyway, he had nothing to do at the moment. He hadn't planned his next itinerary yet. While Yun Nuoxing and Hui were thinking, the auctioneer stepped forward and waved the parchment in his hand to the crowd. Suddenly, a fierce fire appeared between his hands and swallowed all the parchments. In a short while, all the parchments were burned to ashes. The temperature of the entire hall rose a little. In the fire, only a parchment wrapped in energy survived. Those with quick reactions immediately understood what this meant. They held their breaths, sweated on their foreheads, and widened their eyes. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. After a series of selections, we've come up with the final answer. Don't worry, the elders of Flawless Palace participated in this process. The elders came up with the answer together. The auctioneer waved his hand to disperse the fire. He held the last parchment tightly in his hand and nodded to the crowd with a smile. Seeing that everyone was unusually nervous, he couldn't help but laugh and raise his right hand high. Let us congratulate. His right hand was already stretched out, but it still hadn't landed. The originally quiet hall was suddenly filled with manic and impatient growls because of his action. Even some people in the VIP seats popped their heads out and looked at the high platform while holding the railings. Their faces were ferocious and nervous. The auctioneer paused for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his hand and pointed to the back of the hall. Number 1007's new friends. Congratulations to them for winning the last auction item. The moment his voice fell, everyone abruptly turned their gazes and fixed their gazes on the four people sitting alone in the corner of the hall. They were all stunned, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. New faces that we've never seen before. Hey, I already said that there would be no problem with me making a move. You don't have to eat that badge now. Hui couldn't hold back the smile on his face. He grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook his body hard. Yun Nuoxing couldn't smile at all under the gaze of more than 10,000 people in the hall. His face was stiff and cold. Many people looked at his pair of black eyes curiously and shivered violently. They tactfully turned their eyes away and didn't dare to look at him for too long. Then, this time's small hall auction is completely over. Due to internal reasons of our Flawless Palace, The next small hall auction will be postponed from the original 2 days later to 5 days later. The situation of the other halls will also be postponed according to the time. If there is any inconvenience, please understand. As for the guests who participated in the auction, please complete the follow-up transactions within 2 days. Thank you for your support. See you next time. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, Hui stood up abruptly and dragged Yun Nuoshing out of the hall like the wind. He shouted as he ran, afraid that the people in the hall couldn't hear him. Let's go, let's go. Hurry up and get the item. I can't hold it anymore. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was pulled parallel to the ground, and couldn't help but sigh together. Looking at the expression on his face, they knew how embarrassed and ashamed he was. However, it wasn't easy to break free from the grip of a sunny, energetic, and action-oriented guy. When the 4 of them walked out of the hall, in the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man with his back against the wall stared at their departing figures. He frowned slightly and kicked his feet on the spot. His brows relaxed and relaxed from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. After hesitating for about 5 minutes, he slowly took out a green talisman from his trouser pocket. A wisp of consciousness went into the talisman and said softly, "Brother Yu, it's me." "That's right, it's the same place. Bring more people, there's a big fish." The middle-aged man burned the green talisman paper and slowly walked around in the hall. He seemed to have inadvertently walked past the place where Yun Nuoshing and the other 3 had sat. His fingers lightly brushed across the armrest of the chair. After a moment, his brows furrowed even more. He raised his head and looked at the people who were leaving the hall. He patted his plain and slightly wrinkled clothes and followed the people who were leaving the hall. Yun Nuoshing and the other 3, who were strolling around the flawless palace, didn't know that they were suddenly targeted. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't care at all. At most, they would say, "You have to control your strength when swatting flies. Don't tear down other people's cities." The origin coin that Hui had taken out earlier had attracted the attention of some people in the Flawless Palace. Regarding the arrival of the 4 of them, the Flawless Palace even sent an old man in the divine realm to welcome them. That enthusiasm, that greeting, those 2 old men gathered together and chattered on. They talked about everything from the south to the north, as if they had become professional lecturers. They talked about everything they knew and didn't hold back. Yun Nuoshing listened to Hui and the Divine Realm Elder talk all the way. They talked about hundreds of thousands of words but still didn't reach the inner chamber. Her face darkened. Oh, that's right, saying that they were 2 old men wasn't tarnishing their brilliance. After all, this guy had lived for several eras like her. If one were to straighten out the course of their lives, they would be able to see the appearance and destruction of a world's light cluster countless times. Therefore, even if he was so young, so positive, and so talkative, this didn't stop Yun Nuoshing from treating this guy as an old man. Because he was originally— oh, by the way, she was almost the same as herself. After chattering for a long time, they finally reached the inner chamber. The Divine Realm Elder noticed that Yun Nuoshing looked as if she was about to vomit her soul out. He couldn't help but let out a dry laugh and didn't say anything else. He took out the black box and placed it on the table. He gently opened the box and revealed the white magnetite inside. "Mr. Hui, this is the white magnetite. You can examine it yourself," the Divine Realm Elder said with a chuckle. Hui pretended to look at it and used his energy to scan it back and forth for a while. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the same as what we saw at the beginning. There's no difference in energy." After that, he took out the huge coin and threw it to the elder. He put the box into his pocket and said, "By the way, does the Flawless Palace know where this white magnetite comes from? We urgently need some of it. The price is negotiable." The Divine Realm Elder frowned and tried to recall, but he couldn't help but shake his head and said, "This white magnetite doesn't come from Wushang City. It's a mission given by the higher-ups when I returned to the headquarters last time. Originally, I wanted to put it up for auction in the main hall and sell it for a good price. I didn't expect it to go unsold, and it has gone unsold several times. Seeing that the mission was about to be completed, I went to the small hall to try my luck. Therefore, we don't know the origin of this thing. Oh, that's fine. We let out a long sigh of relief and shrugged, then we'll have to look for it. But if you have more, please let us know. Whether it's clues or finished products, let us know. The price is negotiable. We'll be staying in the Eastern Buffer Zone for the next 2 days. If you have any questions, you can find us there. The Divine Realm Elder smiled and nodded. The two of them looked at each other and started to talk again. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Nuoshing's aura was about to explode behind them, the two of them would have just stood there and talked. You guys talk too much. After leaving the Flawless Palace, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but say something to Huey's face. You're an outsider. You've talked about almost 1/10 of the history of the Cloud Continent with others. Heya, it's just a chat. Hui chuckled and threw the box in his hand. He looked at it and stuffed it into Yun Nuoshing's hands. Isn't it because your 5th branch needs it? Don't. My mouth is cheap, my mouth is cheap. Don't hit me here. Hit me when we get back. A fist smashed a big bump on Huey's head. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. To hell with the 5th branch. Speaking of which, where did the 5th branch come from? What is this guy thinking about all day long? Casually opening the black box and taking out the white magnetite, Yun Nuoshing placed it on her palm and looked at it carefully for a while. She opened her mouth and muttered, "The energy of the origin, the power of laws, and the power of order are in a state of semi-fusion and entanglement. It's ownerless and unmarked. Although it's not a particularly powerful energy, this kind of natural semi-fusion state is indeed the type of energy she needs." She held the white magnetite up high and looked through it at the dark sky. There were only a few stars hanging in the sky. The moon was very small. It was only twice the size of a thumb in the sky, but the light was unusually bright. "Girl, I'll leave it to you." After throwing the white magnetite into the spiritual world and handing it over to the little angel, Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a good thing, but this amount is not enough. With your methods, you should be able to replicate a similar situation, right?" Hui suddenly said. "I can, but it's useless. It needs the kind of energy that is naturally formed." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "I've thought about it a long time ago. Because I can't execute it, I haven't done it. If it were possible, do you think my expression would still be like this? The heavenly god of origin is indeed a kind of troublemaker in a sense. There are very few suitable conditions. The conditions for survival are very harsh. Even healing is much more troublesome than others. This kind of life form." Hui sighed and shook his head with his hands on his hip. "It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked away. "It's easy for anyone to live in this world who hasn't used up all their strength to struggle bitterly in the general trend of the void. Bitterly persevering, desperately fighting for their lives." Hui laughed when he heard that. "That's true." After walking around the Flawless Palace, Hui bought some local snacks to shut Yun Nuoshing's mouth and pulled him out of the quagmire of lamenting about suffering. When he was in a better mood, Hui led the way to the buffer zone. After wandering outside for half a night, it was time to go back. After all, it was a temporary place to stay. After walking through a street and turning a corner, the light in their eyes faded by half. In an instant, they had stepped from a bustling city into a scorched land that had been tortured by war. The bright moonlight looked even more dazzling than before. The night was even quieter. The place across the street was the eternal night of Wushang City. At this moment, they only felt a sense of desolation and silence. "The existence of this place is really too different," Hui muttered. When they came during the day, it was still okay. At most, there were dilapidated buildings. The once beautiful things were all buried in dust. Once night fell, the scene here became a little strange. On one side was a bustling area that was brightly lit, and on the other side was a dark and lonely ruin filled with the aura of war. Moreover, it was the ruin of the city. Yun Nuoshing frowned and suddenly took a step forward. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you wandering outside for? Hui and the others turned their gazes. A figure emerged from the darkness at the corner of the wall. The moonlight illuminated his face. It was the young man they saw during the day. At this moment, he was running over nervously. His head was covered in sweat and his breathing was heavy. The young man ran in front of them and panted for a while before he spoke. Brother Hui, you should leave here quickly. There's no time to talk. Let's go. Lu Qing looked terrified and hurriedly pushed Hui and Yun Nuoshing to turn around. Hey, what's the hurry? They're all here. No matter what, we have to let them show their faces, right? Hui waved his hand casually and grabbed Lu Qing's little arm and sent him to Jing Yuanji. Watch this little brat. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, No, you should leave quickly. There are many people. Leave? What do you mean leave? You're already here. Do you still want to leave? A sneer suddenly sounded in the darkness, causing Lu Qing's face to turn pale. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Her face was gloomy and troubled. They could cause trouble just by going out for a walk. It was the victory of the two troublemakers. As early as when they turned the corner and stepped into this dim place, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. The reason why they stopped there and sighed that the moonlight was good was not because they really wanted to see the night scene here, but because they wanted to see how long those guys could squat there. They didn't expect Lu Qing to appear at this moment. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the dark and dilapidated street was stirred up by the rapid footsteps. A large group of people holding large sabers and weapons suddenly appeared from all directions on the street that was empty just now. They seemed to have been invisible just now. Before Lu Qing could react, he found that the passageways on all sides were blocked by people. This little bit of darkness did not hinder Yun Nuoshing and the others at all. He could clearly see that some people had jumped out of the windows of the houses, drilled out from the ground, and rolled out from the corners of the street. They were like a group of divine soldiers that had descended from the sky and surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The leader was a strong balding man with a naked upper body. His left and right arms were tattooed with a strange fish and a strange dragon. His 8 abdominal muscles were abnormally dazzling. The sneer just now seemed to have come from his mouth. He waved the big knife in his hand that was half the size of a man. The fierce wind of the knife scraped a few scars on the ground. 2 sides of the dilapidated wall fell down at this moment. This road is mine, cough, cough. The strong man with the big knife choked as soon as he opened his mouth. Yun Nuoshing and Hui's faces darkened. This guy really knew how to ruin the atmosphere. The moonless and windy night of killing and robbing changed the atmosphere abruptly. Kid, I heard that you're very rich. Our brothers are a little short on money recently. Why don't you lend us some money to spend? The strong man with the big knife walked towards Yun Nuoshing and Hui with a sinister smile. As he laughed, he showed off his hard muscles. Jing Yuanji and Min, who were behind the two of them, showed a disgusted expression. Min made a strange sound and suddenly said in a low voice, "Does anyone care about killing people in Wushang City?" Lu Qing was shocked when he heard this. No, 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 there are Tianjun guards watching over them. Moreover, you two and the others are related to Tianjun guards. You guys hurry up and leave. Min didn't hide his voice at all. The strong man with the big knife heard every word. Instantly, his face turned red and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, little ones, did you hear that? This little girl said she wants to kill us. As expected of a group of ignorant people from other cities. This is Brother Yu's territory. There are still people who dare to not give Brother Yu face. Someone on the side laughed softly. Hee hee, these 2 girls look pretty good. "Brother Yu, why don't we wait?" The strong man with the big knife patted his chest and laughed loudly. The big knife in his hand pointed forward. At this moment, he felt like an energetic general. "Leave the men and take the women away. Little ones, follow me. Flatten them. Kill." The sound of weapons clashing together and the smell of blood suddenly spread through the entire street. Lu Qing's face turned pale with fright. After a scream, he hurriedly hugged his head and squatted down. His hands covered his ears tightly. His little face was pale with fright. Just as he was waiting for some bloody and cruel things to happen, his ears suddenly caught some sounds. There were roars, screams, and the sound of weapons falling to the ground. It sounded a little strange. Moreover, it didn't last for more than a few seconds before the entire street fell silent. The young boy was stunned for a while. He slowly opened his eyes a little and was stunned. There was a group of people lying on the street, and there were 2 or 3 guys hanging upside down on the wall with their eyes rolled back. Their breaths were gradually increasing and their breaths were decreasing. It looked like they were going to die soon. Brother Yu was lying on the ground beside him like a scallion, and his body was stiff. "Ouch, hiss, hiss, Brother Yu. Tough guy. Tough guy. Tough guy. Tough guy." Accompanied by a few wails and hisses in the night, it looked very unreal. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and the other 3, who were clapping their hands as if they had just beaten someone up. He was even more stunned. "What the hell? I haven't been robbed in so many years." Hui grinned and kicked Brother Yu's stiff body twice. "Well, I'm too lazy to ask who sent you. I'll spare your life. Be careful when you go out in the future." Yun Nuoxing stretched and yawned. "Let's go and rest for a while. Let them leave by themselves. The place where we rest can't see blood." Hui shrugged. Yun Nuoxing turned around and took Lu Qing, who was still in a daze. The group took 2 steps and was about to leave. Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped and slowly turned her head to look behind. "I say, are you guys done yet?" Swoosh! A figure quickly appeared in the darkness and jumped onto a wooden stick on the tallest wreckage. He looked down at Yun Nuoxing and the others. The person was wearing a silver mask and a black cloak. His figure and face could not be seen. Only a pair of black eyes could be seen from under the mask. He stared at the 4 of them with a hint of evilness. "Hee hee, you guys are so excited just by cleaning up a few pieces of trash. This Wushang city is indeed a garbage city at the border." Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other and rolled their eyes. The former muttered in their souls, "Shark? Don't worry, let's watch his performance." Hui laughed and shook his head. "It's not easy to make an appearance. At least say a few lines for others, right?" Chapter 1586. At night, in a corner of Wushang City, in a dark place where the lights could not cover, the moonlight shone down on this street filled with traces of history. A man wearing a black cloak and a silver mask looked down at the messy street below with interest. His eyes wandered around Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. After a while, he made an inexplicable sound and raised his left hand to snap his fingers. The crisp sound resounded on the street. Suddenly, a dozen black shadows flashed out from the dark street. They were also dressed in black and had bronze masks on their faces. They stood in all directions and looked down at the 4 people below. Their bodies were surging with energy, and they were already prepared for battle. "Is it your style to instruct them to come and die one by one?" Hui looked at the black shadows around him and waved his hand casually. "Your condescending gaze is really interesting. Humph, what's wrong with letting trash deal with trash? Now is the only time you can talk." The silver-masked man snorted and waved his hand. "Ling Junshi, set up the formation and kill them. But don't kill them all at once. Leave them with one last breath. I want to properly greet our new friends." Hearing the silver-masked man's shout, the dozen or so black figures standing in all directions rushed out without any hesitation. Their energy was connected to each other, and the entire space was completely covered by their energy. following which waves of energy surged and exploded. Dozens of majestic and vast energy shot out like dazzling moonlight, landing on the street in a short moment. The intense energy was instantly detonated, and a scorching wave of air surged towards the area of Wushang City that was covered by the lights. However, before it could escape this dark area, it was blocked by an energy barrier. The silver-masked man looked down, and a silver light flashed across his black eyes. When he sensed that there was no life on the street, he sneered and jumped down from the high place. He walked casually on the broken buildings. "You talk big. That's all you have. Although I was told not to make too much noise, I can still seal this place as I please. What's the use of this abandoned place?" The clouds and energy that surrounded the entire street suddenly showed a strange movement, startling the silver-masked man. There seemed to be something moving rapidly in the darkness, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. Then, a huge pressure came from behind him, causing him to laugh in a low voice. "That's interesting." Huey's figure slowly appeared in the dark, and the dark red energy on his body gradually dissipated. He held a huge golden sword against the silver-masked man's neck, and his other hand was still picking his nails out of boredom. He said casually, "Who are you, and why are you looking for us? Please answer me seriously, or I can't guarantee that the guy in my hand won't tremble slightly." The silver-masked man froze for a moment, then suddenly grinned coldly. "You want to kill me? I'll give you the courage and opportunity to do so. You don't have the right to know who I am. Put down the weapon in your hand, and I can still give you a quick death." Plop! There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground in the dilapidated building. Hui and the silver-masked man both turned their eyes and saw a black shadow on the ground in front of them. His clothes were tattered, and there were still bronze fragments on his ferocious and fearful face. It was Ling Junshi who had just been called out by the silver-masked man. There are many people in this world who feel good about themselves. The silver-masked man's expression was cold. He raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw Yun Nuoshing standing at a high place with 3 lifeless figures in his hands. Fresh blood flowed out from the 3 Ling Jun soldiers in his hands and dripped onto the street below. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, and casually threw the 3 corpses away. The black-robed men who were standing in all directions were all gone now, but you are the first one who thinks so highly of yourself and still acts so arrogantly. You are the first one who has refreshed my understanding once again. Bastard! You dare to kill Ling Junshi! The silver-masked man shouted angrily. There was an evil light in his eyes that was exposed under the mask. He laughed sinisterly. Interesting. I, the Tianjun Guard, have never seen such a presumptuous person. I wanted to walk around and tease you, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you all. Ding! A wild roar of energy erupted from the silver-masked man's body. Monstrous energy burst forth, and a powerful energy pressure descended from the sky, causing the dilapidated buildings to collapse in an instant, turning into billowing dust that was swept into the air by the energy pressure. The silver-masked man was stunned for a moment. Hui stood behind him without any injuries. He held the golden sword horizontally. His expression was calm and strange. His golden eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery, as if he was mocking the silver-masked man for overestimating himself. A person who hasn't even reached the heavenly god realm is threatening our Hui. Hui chuckled to Yun Nuoshing in his soul. Yun Nuoshing sat in the air with her legs crossed. She looked bored. What a clown. But this show is really good. It alleviates the boredom of the night. I should be able to sleep well tonight. How do we deal with it? Up to you. You've been in trouble after coming to the Cloud Continent. You've been banished and ridiculed. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to bear it and kill him. Yun Nuoshing curled her lips. Oh, that seems to make sense. Hui nodded. He lowered the sword that was pressing on the silver-masked man's neck and slashed across. Then please close your eyes in peace. Dark red blood spurted out from his throat, causing the silver-masked man to be both shocked and angry. The intense pain made his face even more ferocious. His throat was a fatal wound for ordinary people, but it was only a relatively serious injury for him. He roared angrily and broke free from Huey's grip. He flew backwards and stood at the highest point of the ruins. His eyes were filled with blood-red irritation as he stared at Yun Nuoshing and the others. His breathing gradually became heavier. Hui couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the silver-masked man escape from his hands. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. It was fine if this guy wasn't serious, but now he even underestimated the enemy and let them escape. If this matter was spread back to the God realm, it would probably be sung for dozens of eras. The silver-masked man wiped his burning throat. The intense pain caused his expression to gradually become irritable. He looked at his blood-stained palm, and a few sinister laughs came from under the mask. His blood-stained hand trembled as he touched the mask. The veins on his hand bulged, and a few fingerprints inadvertently appeared on the mask. He slowly took off the silver mask, revealing a relatively young face that was engraved with evil and ferocious marks. Ha! Ha ha! Ignorant ants, how dare you hurt this Tianjun guard? Unforgivable! A crazed expression appeared on the silver-masked man's sinister face. He suddenly took out a golden token from his bosom. The word Tian was engraved on the token. He raised the token, poured all his energy into it, and roared towards the sky. The Tianjun token is here. All the Tianjun guards within a radius of 1,000,000 miles come to help. Help your mother, Graham. The golden token was still charging, but before it could be released, Yun Nuoshing's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. 1,000,000 tiny formations flashed in the air around her right hand, and a punch that contained enough energy to shatter the void was thrown at the silver-masked man. The silver-masked man was blasted out of Wushang City like a meteor in the night sky. He disappeared into the night sky in an instant, and he didn't even have time to scream. Yun Nuoshing clapped her hands, rolled her eyes and snorted disdainfully. That self-righteous bastard is so annoying. There's no end to it. Who does he think he is? Min's figure appeared out of thin air. She had been suppressing all the energy in the area just now to avoid causing more trouble. After she appeared, she glanced in the direction where the silver-masked man disappeared and frowned. Crazy, strange. But he doesn't seem to be dead. Do you want me to take care of him? He's not dead. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard that. He was not like Hui, who was careless and let people escape. It would not be a problem for him to smash the entire world of light into 10,000 pieces with that punch. That guy actually did not die. It seems that the Tianjun guards in his hand saved his life. But after taking Maple's punch, even if he doesn't die, he's definitely crippled. The element of extinction is enough to make him spend the rest of his life regretting it the most. Hui said unhurriedly and suddenly paused. Or perhaps the most violent time. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and looked at him. What are the Tianjun guards and the Lingjun guards? Have you heard of them? Hui. I'm not sure about that. After all, he was done by someone not long ago. But listening to his mouth full of nonsense, it should be something special, something that I actually know. A weak voice came from the side. Yun Nuoshing and the others turned around and saw Jing Yuanji pulling Lu Qing out of a space at the side. At this moment, the young boy was carefully holding onto Jing Yuanji's sleeve. His pale little face was filled with excitement. The scene just now had really frightened him. On the other hand, he was also very excited as he watched, and his blood was boiling. The Tianjun guards. I heard from Uncle before that there is a very large force on the Cloud Continent. The people in it are all experts under 10,000 people. They don't seem to be directly involved in the management of cities or regions, but the power they have allows them to freely interfere in the matters of every place. They guide the world. Among them, the Tianjun guards are just like those soldiers at night, The young boy suddenly stammered as he spoke. He bounced on the spot with a troubled look on his face. Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other. From just a few words, they guessed this so-called Tianjun guards. Could it be the guys who float around and patrol the Grey Lands and other places? Yes, that's more or less it. The young boy nodded excitedly, but then frowned. But none of these places actually belong to them. It doesn't feel right to call it a patrol. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of people who relied on their family's power and influence to do whatever they wanted. They did whatever they wanted, 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 did whatever this kind of trash still dares to boast about guiding the world. If this cloud continent really let this kind of trash lead the way, then it would really be cold. Should I help send them on their way? Although this wasn't the world of the gods, this place wasn't as big as the world of the gods. It wasn't that powerful either. If he wanted to burn this place down, it wouldn't take much effort. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and lazily turned to look at Hui. Seeing his strange expression, she was stunned. What's wrong? Did you remember the scene when you were kicked out last time? She was just casually saying it. Who knew that Hui would actually nod with a thoughtful look? After thinking for a while, he suddenly punched his palm. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? Hui suddenly put on an expression of great bitterness and hatred as he stared in the direction where the silver-masked man had been sent flying. He sighed deeply and suddenly entered a gloomy mode as he poured out his grievances to them. Feng, listen to me. I'm really wronged. Last time, it seemed that it was these shitty Tianjun guard people who caused trouble. They caused me to flee in all directions and run further and further away. In the end, the commotion became louder and louder. It seems that it was their people who roared those words before I was forced out. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he heard that. How can you forget something like that? I don't hear them talk about the Tianjun guards the most. It's weird. I heard them call it the Jun King guards last time. How did it suddenly become the Tianjun guards? Hui muttered with a face full of hidden bitterness. I might have remembered the name wrong, but I definitely didn't forget the aura and the clothes just now. Lu Qing pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said softly, Big brother, that seems to be a classification. From bottom to top, they are Ling Jun guards, Tianjun guards, Ling Zun guards, Jun King guards. It seems to be like that. I don't really remember. Oh, so it's like that. Yun Nuoxing and Hui knocked their palms together and looked at each other. They rolled their eyes. Ling Jun guards were a group of initial God realm cultivators. Tianjun guards. Well, they didn't understand the situation. The silver-masked man definitely wasn't a God realm cultivator. However, they didn't carefully sense it. The actual situation might be the lower three realms of the rebirth realm. In this way, Ling Zun guards should be around the God realm. Jun King guards. If the young man didn't remember wrongly, This was the top level. Calculating the realms of the cloud continent, there should at least be people in the origin realm. As for what was above, they didn't know. What's the name of that force? Hui asked. I don't know. The outside world is so far away. The young man shook his head blankly. In his short life of 14 years, he had never left Wushang City. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't leave Wushang City. He wouldn't leave this buffer zone. Maybe it would be the same in the future. However, whether it was a name or not, there weren't many people in the cloud continent who had the power to do such a thing. If it wasn't one, then it would be more than 10. However, those people were probably very difficult to come into contact with in Yunduan City. As for how that group of initial God Realm cultivators hooked up with the Tianjun guards, God knows what happened in between. Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to understand. He only cared about what had happened. He raised his chin at Hui. What do you say? Go and destroy them? As he spoke, his expression instantly turned abnormally sinister. It's fine if we lose in a head-on battle, but these kinds of people who play dirty tricks behind our backs, if we provoke them, we'll kill them all. We'll make sure they die as miserably as possible. Hui shuddered. He wasn't surprised at all. If he nodded at this moment, the entire cloud continent would be swept up in a storm that hadn't been seen in hundreds of millions of years. This time, it wasn't a weakling like him who carried the shield. Maple was a one-man army, a berserker known as the incarnation of the gods. He was a tyrant of a generation. It was only a matter of time before he wiped out the entire cloud continent. Although it wasn't to the extent where they would fight to the death, it was just a precaution. Last time, they had provoked an army of 80,000. This time, they didn't come with good intentions. God knows what would happen this time. Hui glanced at Yun Nuoxing and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw his lazy appearance. Maybe nothing would happen. After casually tidying up the streets that were so tattered that they could no longer walk after a battle, Yun Nuoxing even spent a little effort to repair them. They looked neither new nor old, but they were a little tidier. At least, there would not be half of the streets with bricks and half of the streets with bare ground. Let's go back and rest. Yun Nuoxing stretched. Jing Yuanji looked up at the sky thoughtfully. I feel like something's not right today. Speaking of which, how did we get targeted? Whether it's that group of beginner god-tier hooligans or this inexplicable Tianjun guard, the latter two are together. We haven't seen any of them before. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Hui, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. He rolled his eyes and said, Didn't we go to the auction house and buy something extravagantly? We were targeted or something. After all, you said that it's easy for something to go wrong when the two of us are together. Oh, Lu Qing had been silent since he finished speaking. At this moment, he suddenly became spirited. He pulled Huey's sleeve and said, Why don't I change the place for you? The four of them were slightly stunned. Hui patted the young man's head in confusion and squatted down to look him in the eye. Why? Lu Qing's eyes turned. His big black eyes were clear and clean, but contained a little complex emotion. He just shook his head and lowered his head without saying anything, which made Yun Nuoxing and the others a little confused. Oh, no, nothing. You can defeat that bad guy. You're so powerful. It should be fine. Lu Qing suddenly shook his head and raised his head to smile at them. This made Yun Nuoxing and the others even more confused. They wanted to ask something, but the young man had already walked straight ahead. The four of them looked at each other, then Hui shrugged and followed him. The young man seemed to know something, but since he didn't say anything, they didn't ask much. Anyway, there was nothing here that could threaten them. On the Grey Land, in the Thousand Ravines City, which was 1,000,000 miles away from Wushang City, an extremely dazzling light suddenly lit up in the sky. It seemed to be wrapped in a powerful energy. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, making a rumbling sound. After attracting the attention of countless people in the Thousand Ravines City, it heavily smashed into the outside of the city. The huge impact penetrated the ground, creating a huge crater that was 100,000 feet wide. Dust and stones flew all over the sky. The people near the city walls were all showered with sand and sand. "What the hell is that?" The people in the Thousand Ravines city, who observed the situation, all rushed out of the city. However, before they could run out of the city, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the city. A group of people wearing black robes and masks rushed out of the city in a hurry. "The Tianjin Guard is on duty. Idlers, disperse." The voice that resounded in the air stunned everyone for a moment. They stopped their footsteps outside the city. Someone sneered disdainfully and turned back while cursing. This group of people is really domineering. The reputation of the Tianjin Guard has been stinking all these years. "Shoo, do you want to die? There is a spirit lord envoy in the city. I just want to say a few words." Outside the city, a half-bloodied figure staggered up from the ground in the crater. He held a half-broken golden token in his hand. His black eyes couldn't hide the hatred and anger in them. Damn trash, damn it. I want you to die a horrible death. Blood for blood. Wushang City. I want the entire Wushang City to be buried with me." The silver-masked man's resentful voice echoed in the wilderness. His body couldn't help but tremble because of his excessive anger. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. His low murmur was mixed with the voice of a heavily injured demon. "Thousand Ravines City. Thousand Ravines City. Haha, envoy, as long as you tell them that the people of that race have appeared, Wushang City will be destroyed. Haha. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 1587. The wind that blew into Wushang City carried the unique fragrance of the grassland, accompanied by a little bit of the smell of soil that blew through the entire city. The sun poured down on the ruined land covered in dust in the east. The people who lived in every corner were stimulated by the sunlight at the same time and woke up at the same time. They complained to the sunlight that was reflected in their eyes without any obstruction. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, they lazily stood up from the floor or wooden planks and busied themselves with the livelihood of the day. Yun Nuoshing and the others had seen many lives like this living in the barren and dilapidated land of war, but those they had seen were some high-level lives. The number of times they stood at the bottom of the hierarchy to see ordinary lives was not many. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head. Around the dilapidated house, there was an open space that was equally clean and tidy. It was used as a courtyard. Hui did it because he had nothing to do. After that guy came back last night, he didn't sleep and tidied up the courtyard for half a day. Well, he even dragged Yun Nuoshing along. Living beings like them didn't need much rest, but he also, well, he just wanted to find a place to lie down lazily for a while. He hadn't rested for 1 or 2 months. As for the 2 girls, they were still resting in his spiritual world, messing around with Siyu and Qing Huang in that spiritual world. These girls really treated his spiritual world as a hotel. Bah, from the looks of it, they probably treated it as a holiday resort. There was a row of 2-meter-high walls erected in the courtyard, and there were holes in them. The materials were all picked up on the spot and were too lazy to repair them. Lu Qing, the young boy, was cultivating in the courtyard. At this moment, he seemed to be practicing a set of palm technique. As he practiced, he suddenly picked up a stick and practiced a stick technique. After a while, it turned into a fist technique. He was stunned. Hui, who was watching from below, was also stunned. These moves looked quite ordinary. Well, they were probably not bad at Lu Qing's level. But for some reason, he could only perform 1.5 moves in each set, and the places where he stopped were exceptionally rusty and stiff. Yun Nuoshing faced the morning sun and yawned lazily, lying on the fence of a 3-meter-high dilapidated building next to the courtyard wall. Hui woke up this morning and found the young boy cultivating, so he was very interested in him and dragged him back. Now, it seemed that he was going to teach the young boy. Yun Nuoxing's lazy gaze suddenly shifted to another direction. She glanced at the camp where the young boy lived and narrowed her eyes slightly. Lu Qing's uncle looked down at the courtyard below with an unnatural expression. His eyes were drifting and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Forget it. Who cares so much about him? Yun Nuoxing casually mumbled, then yawned and stretched. She retracted her sweeping gaze and said to Hui, "The things that this child cultivates are scattered. I reckon that he picked up some random things in this place. He is probably self-taught. If you want to teach him something, you have to go through all these from the beginning." "Hey, don't worry." Hui put his hands behind his back and gave a thumbs up in Yun Nuoxing's direction. He walked forward and clapped his hands to make Lu Qing stop. All right. You should stop cultivating blindly. Starting without any pattern and continuing without any pattern is not good. Compared to cultivating, you should first think about why you are cultivating." Yun Nuoxing staggered and almost fell down from upstairs. Her face darkened. She thought to herself, "You're really just going to go through everything from the beginning? Why are you talking about logic?" There was nothing special about Lu Qing. In their cognition and view, there was nothing special about him compared to other children of the same age. If they had to say something, he was a good seedling. However, he and Hui basically only followed the word fate when judging people. Things like talent were innate and could be changed after birth. It was not the most important thing. It was a kind of fate that they met the young boy in this broken place. That was why Hui was so interested in teaching him. After talking with Lu Qing for a while, Hui began to show him some of the techniques and tricks that belonged to the former and their realm of cultivation. Yun Nuoxing's face turned red when she saw this. The dignified Lord Guardian of the Celestial Realm was now showing a young boy how to cultivate by setting himself as an example. Why did it feel a little funny? "What are you laughing at? You come down too." When Hui heard Yun Nuoxing's laughter, he immediately grimaced and reached out to drag down the Lord Observer, who was hiding on the second floor. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and landed on the ground. She glanced at Lu Qing, who was looking at her curiously, shrugged, put on a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "Cultivate your heart first. Don't be impatient. You just have to listen to this guy. There's nothing nice to listen to me. You bastard. You're always slacking off when you open your mouth." Hui put his hands on his hips and glared at him. When he saw someone looking at him with disdain, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it. I won't force you. You can go and rest by yourself. Hey, our paths are different. He's a child. It's better to go up in the sun. Don't get those things on me. So, you, the guardian, are more suitable to teach him." Hui thought for a while and nodded. "That's true." Yun Nuoxing stretched his back and returned to his seat on the second floor. He watched as Hui began to guide Lu Qing's cultivation, starting from the most basic point, which made his expression a little strange. The guardian of the realm of the gods, the primeval heavenly god, imparted his experience to a 14 or 15-year-old kid. Could this Lu Qing be the point of entanglement of the laws of the cloud continent? This kind of special treatment was probably not available in the entire Eight Elements realm. He watched the two interact with each other for an hour in boredom. For the time being, he didn't notice anything wrong. However, the only thing that worried him was that they were using the realm of the gods method. He didn't know if there would be any problems if a child in the cloud continent used the realm of the gods method to cultivate. Besides this problem, we gave Lu Qing some pointers and personally demonstrated it to him. It made him feel enlightened. "I'm so bored. I'm going out for a walk." Yun Nuoxing yawned again. He didn't know how many times he had yawned so early in the morning. He left Hui a message and floated away, heading to other places in Wushang City. Early in the morning, Wushang City was full of vitality, but it wasn't so lively that it reached Superman's ears. Casually spreading out his soul, He clearly took in the situation within a 10-mile radius in his mind. Listening to the sounds of vitality in the morning, he could also feel that many people were taking advantage of this early morning to get up and cultivate seriously. There were no less than 100 people in the 10-mile radius who were in a state of cultivation. "Young friend, please wait." The faint voice had a hint of doubt. The moment it entered Yun Nuoshing's ears, his face twitched. He subconsciously thought that someone had come looking for trouble, so he lazily turned around. An old man with white hair and a beard that reached his waist was standing 2 meters behind him. Stroking his beard, the old man's face was slightly wrinkled as he looked at him. Seeing him turn around, the old man couldn't help but smile faintly. It's not a good habit to recklessly release your soul to spy on your surroundings in Wushang City. Yun Nuoshing yawned and lazily waved his hand in response. I'm just experiencing and observing life. I don't have much interest in these worldly matters. Of course, if you don't like it, I'll take it back. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he let the power of his soul slip into the void. He had just released his soul casually, which was why he had been discovered. Oh, but normal people shouldn't have been able to discover the power of his soul. This person in front of him. So he was one of the 3 Origin Realm cultivators guarding Wushang City. See, I took it back. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Seeing this, the old man smiled faintly. Thank you for your cooperation, young miss. I'm just worried about the safety of Wushang City. After all, it hasn't been peaceful recently. Being mistaken for a girl again, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Since he didn't directly come into contact with him and didn't directly probe his energy, or if he didn't expose himself, no one would think he was a man. He couldn't be bothered to correct this. Well, it's fine as long as you understand. Alright, is there anywhere fun in Wushang City? Oh, speaking of which, I have to bring breakfast back. Are there any good shops or stalls nearby? This time, it was the old man's turn to be surprised. He looked at Yun Nuoshing with a strange expression and smiled faintly. He raised his hand and pointed to the north. Go from here all the way to the north. There's a pretty good shop. You'll know when you get there. As for fun places, I'm not too sure. Alright. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and yawned. She turned around and walked towards the direction the old man pointed. Then I'll be going. Oh, when you pass by the city, pay attention to that place. You walk so fast. Before the old man finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing had already walked far away. She even waved at him to show that she heard him clearly. His expression was a little strange. When Yun Nuoshing disappeared into the crowd, he turned around and walked towards the other end of the street. His soul energy spread out and connected with 2 other soul energies in another strange space. How was it? What was the result of the contact? What did they come to Wushang City for? In the empty space, a young man's strong voice suddenly echoed, causing the space to tremble. The old man replied softly, from the looks of it, to experience life. They came here to play? The space was silent for a while. The young man said in disbelief, That's it? You didn't just say a few words and ran away, right? The old man rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, another clear female voice rang out, That person's realm is higher than ours. Rashly asking about her will only lead to disaster. It's good enough that we were able to talk to her. At least she's not someone we can't talk to. Alright, how do you know that she came here to experience life? Do people still cultivate their hearts in the mortal world these days? Is there a need to do that at this realm? The old man said, she said it herself. Have you ever seen someone at this realm ask me, where's the food? Or where's the fun? The other 2 soul energies in the space trembled. After a moment of silence, they said in unison, That's really hard to imagine. The young man's voice rumbled for a while before he said, Let's ignore her for now. For the time being, list her as someone who's not a threat to Wushang City. Just let people pay attention to her whereabouts. Then, what about the situation with the Sovereign King's Hall? Let them be. Wushang City is currently fighting with the other side. They don't have the energy to get involved in this kind of conflict. However, since they've already expressed that they won't cause trouble in the city, they won't do anything too ostentatious. We just need to remain neutral. After all, their people won't arrive so soon. The people standing here right now can't do anything to her. The old man nodded. Then let's do that. With that, the conversation between the three reciprocity cultivators of Wushang City slowly came to an end. The space that had been temporarily constructed collapsed. On the other side, Yun Nuoshing, who had been wandering aimlessly through the streets, was currently wandering around in a dark alley. As she made her way towards the center of the city, the old man's words had caught her attention. She had nothing to do anyway, so she decided to take a detour. Her eyes were closed as she staggered along like a drunk woman. But just as he turned a corner, an iron rod slammed into the wall, and a huge figure blocked his way. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and saw 2 or 3 people looking at him with evil intentions. The tall and strong man in the lead had a lewd smile on his face. "Hey, little girl, accompany this young master." The lackey behind him was stunned when he saw Yun Nuoshing open her eyes. He quickly grabbed his boss's hand. Wait, boss, this person." He whispered a few words into the man's ear. The other two's expressions changed at the same time. He continued to whisper, "We can't afford to offend her, we can't afford to offend her. Let's go." The burly man stared at his lackey as if to say, "Are you serious?" After receiving a complete confirmation, his face became even paler. "Accompany you for what?" Yun Nuoshing yawned lazily. Just her tone alone made the 3 of them tremble. Hee, big sister, you see, this place is not safe. Do you want me to accompany you for a while?" The burly man nodded and laughed dryly. He then carefully looked at Yun Nuoshing's face. That face that did not belong to the human world, and that lazy expression. There was no mistaking it. He saw her just half an hour ago. It was really strange. He had just started work early in the morning, and he was already so unlucky. How did he meet this kind of person? No need. Let's go. After replying lazily, Yun Nuoshing walked to the side and continued to walk forward. Thanks to the 3 of them, her laziness was completely gone this time. She took a deep breath and forced herself to wake up from her drowsy state. She's so crazy. Don't tell me that something troublesome has happened again. There were quite a lot of people in the city, but it was not to the point of a sea of people. It could only be said that there were a little too many people, and it was a little crowded. The people who stopped here were a little emotional. Something big must have happened that could cause everyone to resonate. He also went over to take a look out of curiosity. In the center of the crowd, there was a group of people wearing black clothes and black cloaks. Their clothes and decorations reminded him of the group of arrogant people last night. Except for the fact that they did not wear masks, everything else was the same. Looking at their aggressive and malicious appearance, there was a 2-meter-tall flag next to them. It was as if they were putting up the results of an examination. The flag was engraved with a golden temple, and there was a strange majesty coming from the flag. Just this presence and the faint pressure from the flag made the surrounding onlookers not dare to get too close. However, the flag was not what these people were paying attention to. What they were really paying attention to was a black talisman floating next to the black-robed people. The talisman projected 2 lifelike figures in mid-air. At first glance, Yun Nuoshing almost spat out blood. It was him and Hui. It seems that the rules and concepts were not pressed into nothingness last night. Something was left behind. Yun Nuoshing muttered and frowned. It doesn't seem like it. From last night until this morning, there was no high-energy life near that place. Could it be that guy? The guy who was thrown out of Wushang City last night didn't seem to be dead. Not only did he not die, but he also brought some trouble to them. The people who were guarding this place were only at the initial god level, probably a group of Lingjun warriors. Boring guy. He really left himself some trouble by not killing him. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he was no longer in the mood to stroll around. He turned around and was about to go back to Hui to discuss how to kill this group of fools. Suddenly, he stopped and his soul spread out in all directions. I don't know how these two young people offended the people of the king's palace. They came all the way here to Wushang City to catch them. Who knows if they offended others or if others offended them? Who has the time to care about them? I think they've kicked an iron plate. Now they're here to do something. Shu, lower your voice. Be careful of the shameless people of the king's palace. They've done this many times. A few years ago, in the Cloud Continent, didn't they? Cough cough. It's that incident. That's a big incident. It brought a lot of pressure to the people above. Didn't the king's palace keep a low profile for a while after that? Why now, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. After all, they're all forces of the same level. No one is willing to submit to anyone. In recent years, the ice domain has not cared much about the matters below. They only pay attention to the situation of that clan. The Cloud Continent is stable, but some things, we don't have the right to discuss such a big matter. Don't look at how young these two are. If the king's palace can use the Supreme Spirit token, they're probably not to be trifled with. However, they haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid there's something we don't know about. After listening to these words, Yun Nuoshing shook her head and left the place. She returned to the buffer zone and told Hui what she said. As expected, there was no reaction. We'll deal with it when the time comes. It's not the first time we've caused trouble anyway. Hui showed a silly smile and scratched his head. Why don't we teach little Lu Qing a lesson? What do you think? Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. I haven't thought about it. Since you're here to cause trouble, why don't we just… A cold light flashed in the air in front of her, causing the young boy to tremble. Hui looked as if he had expected this. He squatted down and looked at Lu Qing. He then looked at Yun Nuoshing, who didn't seem to care. He suddenly stood up, clenched his hands and sighed. All right, let's go, my Lord Observer. Let's fight and let those bastards know their place. Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a strange expression. Wasn't he the one who came here to cause trouble? How should I put it? Forget it. Since he's here to cause trouble, then let's do something serious. Chapter 1588. Today, the atmosphere in Wushang City was a little strange. The people were a little restless. The arrival of the King's Palace's Spirit June token was one of the reasons for the panic. As for the second reason, it was said that the targets they were looking for were two rather powerful people who had come to Wushang City. No one knew how they had offended the King's Palace. Although they knew that the King's Palace's target was not any of the forces in the city, but the two outsiders, the nervousness and fear did not lessen at all. To be able to offend the King's Palace and make them use the Spirit June token to seal and deal with them, they were obviously not simple people. When the time came, the two of them would probably fight to the extent of destroying the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Wushang City was still in a state of battle. If someone took advantage of the situation and entered, it would be even more troublesome. The people who had gathered in the center of the city had already dispersed. Everyone went back to their homes and closed their doors and windows tightly. It was like the calm before a storm. At this moment, Wushang City had fallen into a strange silence. However, there were still some people who liked to watch the show hiding in the dark and watching the people from the King's Palace. They would occasionally look up at the blood-red light in the sky and couldn't help but frown. In their hearts, they would greet the ancestors of the King's Palace. The Spirit June token has sealed the city. The Cloud Continent hasn't seen such a scene for many years. The old man stood at the top of a tall building and looked up at the four barriers in the sky that encompassed the entire Wushang City. A huge, venerable word was imprinted in the space in the sky. The scarlet light revealed some hostility and a bloody aura. When the sunlight passed through the scarlet seal and landed on the ground, It made people feel uncomfortable. Even the air had a faint evil chi because of it. Is it really okay? Let them seal Wushang City. The woman's voice sounded in his mind. The old man sighed helplessly and stood with his hands behind his back. Other than wait and see, there are no other orders from above. Although Wushang City is our territory, the people from the king's palace, they are too powerful. We have to give them some face. Or rather, we have to give them face even if we don't want to. In the end, we will be the ones who suffer. TSK, didn't you say that you wouldn't mess around in Wushang City? Not long after you turned around, you sealed the city with a spiritual supreme token. The young man's cursing voice rang out, and the two of them could not help but sigh. A mere spiritual supreme token was nothing in their eyes, but a spiritual supreme token was not just a simple seal. When the sovereign king palace was doing something, no one would dare to obstruct them unless they were tired of living. This small seal would definitely not be able to stop those two fellows. They were using the lives of an entire city to force the two of them out. The power of the supreme spiritual token has not been fully released. The people in the city can still bear it. We have also helped to offset part of it secretly. However, if the two of them don't come out now, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. The old man said, "This is forcing them and also forcing us. They have nothing to fear, so all they have to do is wait in the city and wait for people to come out. But we can't keep dragging this out." But we're just going to let them suppress us and do nothing? Isn't that the same as giving up Wushang City? There's no other way. We can only continue to wait. We can't afford to offend those two, and we can't afford to offend the sovereign king palace either. The old man narrowed his eyes and was about to shake his head when he caught a glimpse of two figures. Under the spiritual supreme token's sealing of the city, the entire Wushang City was silent. The streets were empty, and there were only a few pieces of paper floating in the wind. In such a situation, there were still people who dared to walk on the street. His eyes locked onto the two figures, and the old man suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, maybe things aren't as serious as we think." The other two figures who did not show up also glanced at the city and laughed. "That's good." In the silent Wushang City, the wind carried a trace of ominous aura. Looking down from above, one could only see a dead city covered in blood-red light. It was like a dead city that had been abandoned not long ago, waiting for the wind to blow. There was no sign of life, and there was no movement. Only the 2-meter-tall flag in the city fluttered in the wind and made a strange sound, as if it was telling the world that there were still people alive here. Buzz, a slight buzzing sound of energy accompanied by a cold aura that was enough to freeze the air suddenly appeared in Wushang City. An aura that was neither vast nor majestic quietly spread out. It flowed in the air and inadvertently covered every inch of the city. As soon as this aura appeared, the entire Wushang City was in an uproar. Many people looked at it with their naked eyes from all directions. The old man and the others were also stunned. There, two figures slowly walked into the city. One was covered in golden light, the other was covered in dark red energy. The bone-chilling aura was slowly emitted from the latter's body. Just by looking at it, people felt as if their blood was about to freeze. It's the two wanted by the sovereign king palace. They actually dared to come out. Look at this aura. Hiss, my eyes are about to be frozen. This bone-chilling aura, I have only felt it from some extraordinary people. Maybe this time. F***ck those spiritual sovereigns. This time it's their turn to kick an iron plate. Wushang City, which had been quiet for half the morning, suddenly became lively. The people who had been frozen by Yun Nuoshing's aura quickly turned their gazes away. Everyone looked at the center of Wushang City in tacit understanding. There, the people from the Sovereign King Palace also looked into the distance. They looked at each other and the corners of their mouths curled up in an evil smile. They're finally here. Their footsteps were light and silent. Yun Nuoshing and Hui walked side by side. Their steps were casual, their aura was casual, and their attitude was casual. As for the power they were accumulating, it was also very casual. It was so casual that it could kill a peak origin realm cultivator, and so could tear apart space. Although they could feel the tense atmosphere in Wushang City, they did not feel nervous at all. If a clown wanted to perform, they would play along. Crack, the water vapor in the air froze and fell to the ground with a crisp cracking sound. In this deathly silent place, just this sound alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking between heaven and earth. Dozens of figures in black clothes and black cloaks flashed and appeared on the surrounding towering buildings. They looked down coldly at the two people who were walking slowly below them. Ignorant people, report your names. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. After a while, Yun Nuoshing nodded and slowly raised her left hand, snapping her fingers. With a crisp sound, the dark red energy around her body suddenly flashed violently, making everyone's heart jump. The people who were sitting quietly were stunned. Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly sounded one after another. Countless people turned around in shock. Those dozens of Ling Jun warriors who were standing on the tall buildings had all fallen from the building. There was no sign of life at all. During the entire process, no one sensed what had happened. It was as if those dozens of Ling Jun warriors had chosen to commit suicide and fell from the sky. Killing my sovereign King Palace's people one after another. Your courage is really admirable. In the faint voice, there was a trace of evil and evil mixed in. A figure suddenly appeared from the ground like a shadow. After that, it transformed into a solid body and appeared in front of those people. It was still wearing a black cloak and black clothes. On its face was a silver mask that the two of them were familiar with. However, excessive courage will only bring you death. Just like, right now. Yun Nuoshing looked at the silver-masked man and a trace of surprise flashed past her eyes. You didn't die. It seems like I was too merciful yesterday. However, this is not important. Whether you die or not is not important to us. What I find strange is that you actually dare to come back. What blinded your eyes? What gave you the courage? Sovereign King Palace? Or the Ice Domain? A battle between high-level life forms will not affect ordinary people. You guys have gone too far. Hui raised his head and looked at the supreme spirit token in the sky. However, it seems like these words are useless to you guys. Pfft, you want to use the rules to suppress us? The silver-masked man was so angry that he laughed, his entire body trembling slightly. These so-called rules are set by the strong. They are only used to restrict useless trash like you. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? I am the #1 person in the Sovereign King Palace's Tianjun guards. The last time I was attacked by you guys because I was careless. So, you think that you are invincible? Yun Nuoshing and Hui pressed their hands to their faces. This fellow felt very good about himself as always. The problem was, how could they communicate with such a person normally? However, there are some things and some words that don't need to be communicated. The cold demonic voice turned into cold air that lingered around the silver-masked man's ears. The silver-masked man was in a daze for a moment. Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared in front of him. Her palm, which was wrapped in destructive energy, grabbed at his head, causing him to break out in cold sweat. With his realm, this claw would definitely explode like a watermelon. An abnormal energy suddenly appeared in Yun Nuoshing's senses. Just as her palm was about to touch the silver-masked man's head, her palm suddenly stopped in the air in front of her. It was as if her claw had grabbed at the air. Even his charging figure was stopped. Feng, you failed to act cool. Hui laughed at the back. This fellow was the kind of person who didn't talk nonsense when he attacked. Actually, the energy he used was just enough to crush a person to death on the ground. However, it was only just enough. Who would use an apocalyptic level of energy to kill an ant? That's right. Even if Feng was a person who liked to cause destruction every day, he wouldn't be crazy to this extent. The invisible space suddenly blocked his attack. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She casually took 2 steps back and flicked her sleeve. She sneered. "Did you really think that I didn't see you? Hiding in the space at the side and watching the show. I thought that you were very good at holding back. If you have the ability to hide at the side, why don't you come out? The people from the Sovereign King Palace are only SOSO. Hee, I don't need you to judge the people from the Sovereign King Palace." When Yun Nuoxing retreated, a soft laugh suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, the entire space was locked by a powerful energy. In an instant, it twisted and turned into a layer of invisible energy barrier, sealing them inside. Then, an old man in gray hemp clothes slowly appeared from the space, and looked at them with a smile. "Middle-level divine god," Yun Nuoxing murmured. Her figure flashed again. Looking at the barrier behind him, Hui shouted, "Feng, reel in the net. The outside can't see what's inside. You Boom. A huge explosion of energy suddenly resounded within the energy barrier. The dust and stones spiraled in the air and dissipated, completely disappearing from this world. The old man and the silver-masked man were stunned for a moment. They quickly turned their heads and saw a dark red energy remnant on the ground. The few Tianjun guards and Lingjun warriors had already disappeared from this world. The figure squatted on the ground and picked up a scarlet energy token. In front of them, he exerted force and crushed it, turning it into dust that slipped through his fingers. With the disappearance of the token, the huge barrier that enveloped Wuzhang City suddenly trembled a few times. Then, it slowly disappeared. The sunlight that was not polluted by energy shone on Wuzhang City again, making everyone happy. "You killed the people from the Sovereign King Palace in front of me. You destroyed my spiritual supreme token. You're courting death." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had killed those people in front of him in an instant, the gray-robed old man's face suddenly changed. His figure turned into a blurry shadow and rushed toward Yun Nuoxing. The energy in his hand condensed and formed in an instant, exploding toward the former. Seeing that the gray-robed old man was coming toward her with murderous intent, Yun Nuoxing snapped her fingers. A formless energy suddenly flashed out, causing the old man's expression to change drastically. The energy that he had just condensed and had not yet released disappeared in an instant. Not even a residue was left. Not only that, he seemed to be unable to feel the energy in his body. It was as if he had been crippled in an instant. "Doing whatever you want. Helping the tiger do evil. Disrespectful old man. Get down here." Yun Nuoxing shouted softly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed something in the air. Then, as if she was pulling something, she threw it to the ground. The gray-robed old man, who was charging over with energy, fell to the ground instantly. He was pressed against the ground by the formless energy, creating a ditch. Then, he fainted. The silver-masked old man saw that the high and mighty spiritual supreme envoy had been crippled and pressed to the ground in an instant. His eyeballs almost fell out. He had imagined thousands of situations, but he had never thought that this would happen. "Hey, isn't it time to settle our accounts?" Suddenly, a huge pressure came from behind him, causing the silver-masked old man to tremble. He turned around and saw Hui, who was emitting a golden light, standing behind him, staring at him with an evil smile. His hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. "You don't come over. Don't come over, ah. The horrifying screams attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. She couldn't help but turn her head. Seeing that Hui was throwing the silver-masked old man into the air, she immediately understood what had happened. Hui was there to beat the old man up. As for him, Yun Nuoxing squatted down and felt around the old man who had been thrown to the ground. After a while, her palm paused and she took out a dark purple token. It was smaller than the Tianjun token and the spiritual supreme token. She grabbed it and looked at it. Suddenly, she shouted to the back, Hui, stop beating him. Let him see what this is. Hui carried the silver-masked man by his lapel and walked in front of Yun Nuoxing. Using him as a lamp, he waved his eyes at the dark purple token in Yun Nuoxing's hand a few times. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at it. Oh, this fellow should be unable to speak. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. His face was so bruised and swollen that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Half of his silver mask was embedded in his face. Only God knew how this fellow had been suspended in the air and beaten up by Hui. Hui's palm was dyed with a golden light. He slapped the silver-masked man's forehead fiercely, and a golden scepter-like brand appeared on the latter's forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a murky golden light flashed through his eyes. Hui took out the token in Yun Nuoxing's hand and waved it in front of his eyes. What is this? Hum, 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 Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. They were done for. This child's face was swollen like a pig's head. She couldn't even speak clearly. Who could understand her? Yun Nuoxing held the dark purple token in his hand and observed it for a while. He looked at the mysterious patterns engraved on the side of the token, but there wasn't a single word on the front or back of the token. However, the decorations on this token were much more extravagant than the other two tokens, causing him to make some guesses. June King's token? Or Sovereign King's token? The silver-masked man, whose face was bruised and swollen, trembled as he nodded. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. Hui looked at him and threw him to the side. He fainted. Yun Nuoxing was about to use his energy to analyze this token. However, just as his energy came into contact with the dark purple token, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the token. It quickly covered the entire space that was covered by the energy barrier. The entire space started to tremble because of this. A terrifying existence seemed to be crossing some kind of barrier to descend here, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Amidst the surging energy, a dark purple cloud of energy quickly appeared. Then, it transformed into a 10-foot-tall energy figure. It looked down at Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you people from the Sovereign King Palace really like to look down on others so much? You don't have much ability, but you put on quite the airs. The figure formed by the energy cloud lowered his head and scanned the ground. His gaze swept over the spiritual sovereign envoy and the silver-masked man, and then swept over Yun Nuoxing and the silver-masked man. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an invisible deterrent force erupted from within. Yun Nuoxing and Hui Do remained unmoved. His gaze was soul-stirring. Although it was very oppressive and powerful, as if it could see through everything, the figure of energy was only at the second heavenly layer of origin at most. It was wishful thinking to think that he could shake a primordial origin realm expert with his presence. As if he had guessed that his presence had no effect at all, the figure of energy suddenly rumbled. Who dares to kill the people of the Sovereign King Palace? Junior, tell me your name. Yun Nuoxing and Hui Do both spat out a mouthful of water. This guy. Is he crazy? No, wait, this is unreasonable. No matter what, he is still an origin god. He can't be so blind. His presence and energy have no effect on the other party. Does he not know at all? Junior? Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and sneered. Do you have the right to call me that? A mere second heavenly layer of origin dares to act like a big shot in front of us. You will have to pay a very heavy price. A majestic energy erupted from the dark purple figure of energy and pounced towards Yun Nuoxing and Hui Do. The powerful energy pounced on the two of them, but it only brushed past Yun Nuoxing and Hui Do like a gust of wind. With a gust of wind, the monstrous presence collapsed. With such cultivation, you dare to come out and act so presumptuously. Hui Do flicked his sleeves and laughed softly. He spat out one word, scram. As if the void had been destroyed, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He hurriedly waved his hands to block the terrifying pressure rushing towards him. The dark purple figure of energy exploded with a boom, turning into a ball of energy and dissipating on the spot. In the Sovereign King Palace, hundreds of millions of miles away, in a dazzling divine palace, an old man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed 3 to 4 meters away, and a golden light slowly rose from the blood, blasting holes in the ground around him. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth onto his white beard. The old man looked at the dozens of holes in the ground with a gloomy expression. After a long silence, he whispered softly, "That person, his face is a bit familiar. That golden figure, he seemed to have seen it before, but it was a bit blurry. In his impression, it should be a battle scene." He frowned fiercely, stood up, and walked out of the secret room. Chapter 1589. In Wushang City, outside a simple and monotonous courtyard, Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked up at this simple courtyard. The overall area was not large, only about 10 meters long and wide. There was only a simple building with green tiles and white walls. There was no decoration inside, and there was no sign of life inside. When they walked here, they could feel that the noise had disappeared a lot. It was such a simple courtyard, but it was located in the most prosperous area of Wushang City, surrounded by luxurious buildings that were more than 10 meters tall. It was still daytime, but when the lights were lit up at night, the entire Wushang City would look even more beautiful. Yun Nuoxing walked forward and gently pushed the space in front of her. A strange energy wave spread out from it. A transparent energy barrier in front of her quietly split open, revealing the scene inside. There was nothing different about it. The barrier only separated the space inside from the outside. It was even quieter inside. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. As soon as her finger landed, a faint laughter came from inside. "Please come in." Yun Nuoxing yawned and looked at Hui. She then pushed the door open and walked in. She casually glanced around. It was a simple courtyard, overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, a few fresh flowers would pop out from the bushes, embellishing the flowers with different colors. In the middle of the bushes, there was a stone table engraved with expectations. There were 3 figures sitting at the table. The old man that she saw this morning was one of them. As for the other 2, they were the other 2 heavenly gods of Wushang City. "Nice to meet you, little friends." The young man and the other 2 stood up to greet them. They cupped their hands towards Yun Nuoxing and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your help today." "About the Sovereign Palace?" Hui grinned and waved his hand. "They came to find us. We didn't expect to cause such a big commotion in Wushang City. I should be the one apologizing." The young man smiled casually and stopped talking about this topic. The woman said softly, "The Sovereign Palace is a nest of bandits. They will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You should be careful in the future on the Cloud Continent." I had already expected this. I was prepared to face them head-on. Besides, it's just a sovereign palace. Hui sneered. Last time, if it wasn't for Bing Yu's sudden intervention, the people sent by the Sovereign King Palace would have been pushed into the void and beaten up by him. Even if they were to walk on the Cloud Continent, they would not be afraid of a mere Sovereign King Palace. And this time, Maple was also here. He didn't believe that 2 people with the battle strength of Yuanshe realm would not be able to walk unhindered on this continent. "You said you could give us some help." Hui rubbed his finger on the stone table a few times. Suddenly, he looked at the young man and the others. "Do you have any information about King's Palace?" When the young man heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that these 2 people did not understand the King Palace at all. How could they say such words? If their strength was not greater than the heavens, then they were really stupid. However, looking at their temperament and appearance, he felt that they should have the confidence to crush the King Palace. "There is a lot of information. I just don't know what kind of information you want." Hui rubbed his fingers and pondered for a while. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and nodded after a while. The location of the headquarters. If there are similar branches in other places, you can also tell me. And also, well, although this is not a big deal, it's better to tell you the news about their palace master. Otherwise, when the time comes to settle accounts, we won't even know if they escape. Hearing Huey's words, the young man and the others could not help but be shocked. He could not help but sigh. You are planning to uproot them from the entire cloud continent. Is there a problem? Hui replied. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. King's Palace has been rooted in the cloud continent for a long time. Just like you said, other than the headquarters, there are many branches. Their forces spread across the entire cloud continent. Compared to other forces of the same level, their forces are the largest. However, they are also the most impure kind. If you want to uproot King's Palace from the cloud continent, it will be very difficult. The young man said softly. After a while, he smiled. But that is something you have to consider. We are just informing you. Of course, we have the information about King's Palace. As soon as his voice fell, he threw a stack of talismans on the table. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were stunned. They looked at each other and understood what he meant. This was the special product of the cloud continent. Its use was similar to the energy crystals and crystal balls that were commonly used in the celestial realm. They had already seen it once in the Flawless Palace. The young man rummaged through the stack of talismans for a while. He took out a blue talisman and activated it with energy. A large map was projected in midair. It was the map of the cloud continent. He pointed at the northern and eastern part of the cloud continent. The King's Palace's main hall is located in the mountain Springland beside the Azure Cloud continent. However, the specific location, it seems that they moved once a few years ago. Moreover, it was said that it was a very secretive operation. By the time everyone realized it, the Twin Monarch Peak, where the King's Palace used to be located, had already disappeared. All that was left was a wreckage. Until now, no one knows where their main hall is located. The young man paused for a while and said, "But one thing is certain. They are still in the mountain Springland. Someone has seen them moving on a large scale in the mountain Springland. It's just that no one knows where exactly they are. If you want to find them, you might have to spend some effort there." As for the locations of their sub-palaces, there are quite a few of them. For example, in the Greylands, there is a sub-palace in the Thousand Ravine City that is 1,000,000 miles away from Wushang City. It seems that there are only 3 spirit elders guarding it. The woman suddenly thought of something and said, "Speaking of the Thousand Ravines City, the spirit sovereign envoy you killed today was one of the Thousand Ravines City's spirit sovereigns. At this time, there should be 2 spirit sovereigns left, but they might have received the news in advance and run away, or they might not. As for the rest, there are 6 or 7 locations in the Greylands. They are all important strongholds. You can see this information in the talisman." The young man stopped supplying energy to the talisman and tidied it up. He handed it to Hui and said with a smile, "You should be interested in the information inside." Hui took the talisman in his hand and casually glanced at the information inside. His eyes flashed for a moment before he nodded to the 3 people, and, "Thanks." The old man glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who had been yawning, and then looked at Hui, who had already revealed a contemplative expression, as if he was planning something. His cheeks could not help but twitch. "You guys aren't really planning to uproot the Sovereign King His Highness, are you?" "We are indeed planning to do that," Hui replied with a bright smile. "We have been entangled with grudges for a long time. Last time, if we weren't afraid of the ice domain, there wouldn't be a sovereign king palace on the cloud continent. This time, we have time and effort. We can uproot them one by one. Well, we will only do our best. If what you said is correct, they have been in the cloud continent for a long time and have spread their branches and leaves. It should be impossible to completely uproot them. However, we can still give them some large branches and leaves. At most, we can leave a tree stump there." Hui suddenly looked at the three people and revealed a faint smile. Looking at you, it seems that you have a grudge against the sovereign king palace as well? More or less, we have a little. The old man let out a long sigh of relief. Even the war in Wushang City, right now, has the shadow of the sovereign king palace in it. Although the real fight is between our family and another family, similar things like this are not uncommon in the Cloud Continent. Their shadows are present in all the big and small battles below. The ice region clearly has a rule that the upper echelons cannot interfere with the affairs of the lower echelons. Everything should be settled by themselves. If those high and mighty existences casually interfere with the battles below, then the Cloud Continent is no longer needed. There is no order at all. There is no order in this world. That being said, they did not really interfere directly. Therefore, the other families also turned a blind eye to what the Sovereign King Palace did. After all, they did not provoke us, so we don't have much time to pay attention to them. The young man sighed. The old man heard this and rolled his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "This old man hates those people who do things behind the scenes but do not show their faces." Pfft. Yun Nuoshing could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. "What's wrong?" The three people were stunned. "No. Nothing. I just thought of something that might be able to deal with the Sovereign King Palace." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and scratched his cheek. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He was also the kind of guy who stirred shit up behind the scenes. Well, he preferred the title of the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he didn't do it often. Compared to that, he preferred to rush to the front and kill everyone. After Hui finished reading the message in the talisman, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startling the four people. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and saw Hui's itchy face. He smiled brightly at him and said, "Let's go, Feng. We don't have much time. Let's take advantage of this time and place. First, let's uproot the 1,000 Ravine City. Then, we will go and mess with the other palaces in the Greylands. This time, I want none of them to be left alive." With a clang, the stone table collapsed with a bang, causing the three of them to be stunned. The material of this stone table. At the very least, the three of them wouldn't be able to make a single crack on it even if they used all their strength. Yun Nuoshing stood up and hit Hui's head hard. He waved his hand and released a dark red energy to put the broken stone table back together. Then, he smiled at the three people and said, "Thank you for your help. We still have some preparations to make, so we will leave first." Looking at Yun Nuoshing, who moved as fast as lightning, the young man was stunned. He nodded helplessly and stood up to cup his hands. "If that is the case, then we will wait here for the good news from the 1,000 Ravine City. I wish you all the best." The woman also smiled. "I hope that one day, we will hear the news of the Sovereign King Palace falling apart." Her voice was calm, but there was a deep hatred in it. However, she could not help it. She might not be able to take revenge with her own hands. She could only entrust it to others. Hui and Yun Nuoshing smiled and turned around. He waved his hand coolly and said, "Don't worry, that day will not be too far away." In the sky 10,000 miles above Wushang City, the two people looked down at the Cloud Continent. They could vaguely see the 1,000 Ravine City on the horizon. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and looked at the faintly discernible city in the distance. She said, "So, we will kill them directly? Kill them, kill them." Hui put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. "A gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. They have provoked us time and time again. I am not here to be bullied. If I don't teach them a lesson, then I am not the guardian of the realm of the gods." Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a little surprise. She said, "You have really changed. Didn't you use the slogan of peace before? Now, don't talk about it. It's all because of you." Hui rolled his eyes. Seeing this guy in the state of the killing god, he had seen him kill people every day for more than 100 million years. Not to mention him, even the others were somewhat affected. although he was not as fierce as those people who were trained by Greenlord, but, to be honest, there was no one crazier and more abnormal than him in the void. Yun Nuoshing trembled. She looked at him with a slightly different gaze. She could not help but tilt her head. Why are you looking at me? The look in your eyes is strange. Hui grinned. This lunatic usually looked really pleasing to the eye. Are we going now? He brushed his long hair behind his ear. At present, there should be no need to accumulate energy, but just in case, I have already started to accumulate energy now. Hui tilted his head and glanced at him. He could not help but be stunned. His gaze changed a little. He saw that his body was like a vortex, constantly extracting all the energy in the world at a very fast speed. He carefully sensed that the energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles had been affected a little. However, the effect happened at a relatively high altitude, so the people below probably could not sense it. Also, this amount. I'm afraid you are accumulating energy with the mentality of tearing down the entire cloud continent, right? Is this something a human would do? Huey's cheeks twitched fiercely. Ordinary people only accumulated energy to restore their spirit or something. This guy, on the other hand, was accumulating energy like he was risking his life. With the energy he was accumulating now, he could smash a huge hole in the gray land in minute. If no one disturbed him for millions of years, the residual energy would not dissipate. Well, don't be anxious. We patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and motioned for her to calm down. His gaze fell on Wushang City below. No matter what, we still have to say goodbye, even though we have only known each other for a day or two. That young man? You seem to be very interested in him. Yun Nuoshing looked up and said with a little interest. Hui scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed foolishly. Hee, I feel like I'm seeing myself when I was young. Yun Nuoshing's body stiffened as if she was struck by lightning. Himself when he was young? Was he referring to when he was young in the true sense of the word? Hui when he was still a little boy before he grew up? That is really a very long time ago. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Back then. Speaking of which, according to age, who was older between him and Hui? Well, it was better not to think about such strange things. Anyway, they were all old monsters now, as old as they could be. According to the fixed future, he had lived in the Great Yuan realm for almost 100 eras. He was so old that he was, anyway, either he was so old that his eyebrows were empty or his soul was so old that it had rotted. Oh no, his soul was still fresh at this moment. Why would he think about such things when he was full? The next day, when the first ray of sunlight fell on Wushang City, Yun Nuoshing gently pushed open the door and stretched. Hui and Lu Qing were already talking in the courtyard. Hui pressed the young man's head and squatted down to talk to him. Fragments of sunlight fell on the courtyard and on the two of them. Together with the rough but tidy courtyard, the scene was a little warm. All good things must come to an end. We came here for a more important purpose, so we can't stay here forever. The things that Feng and I taught you are enough to let you reach a relatively high level, but there are several layers of seals inside them. The key to unlocking each layer of seal is your own heart. The journey of your heart is very important. As for what kind of person you want to become, it's all up to your own heart. Hui paused for a moment and said with a smile, Well, I still hope that you can become a useful person. As long as you are useful to yourself, that's enough. This is a rather vague statement. The 15-year-old boy was confused by Huey's vague words. He didn't react for a long time and just nodded in a daze. Yun Nuoshing stepped forward and rubbed the young man's head. A trace of pure white energy was transferred from her hand to the young man's body. It turned into a white mist and disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at the young man for a while. Looking at the young man's clear eyes, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Live well. The young man stared blankly at the two people in front of him. When Yun Nuoshing and Lu Qing were exchanging glances, using their souls to communicate, The young man suddenly knelt heavily on the ground and solemnly clasped his fist at the two people in front of him. Both of them were shocked. "Hey, the two of us were just passing by. We just gave you some rough pointers. You can't be careless about this kind of thing." He quickly pulled Lu Qing up from the ground and patted his thin and weak shoulder. "Let's talk about some cough cough, it's nothing. You don't have to pay attention to it. Just live well." After saying a few more words, Yun Nuoxing reminded him. The two nodded and rushed towards the horizon, leaving Lu Qing standing there alone. His big black eyes reflected the two people's figures in the distance. He nodded gently and murmured, "In the future, I'll look for you." The 10,000 Ravines mountain range was located about 100 miles away from 10,000 Ravines City. The entire mountain range was 20 to 30,000 miles wide. The thousands of ravines were the origin of its name. There were many rumors about this place among ordinary people. Some said that it was caused by a great war, some said that it was naturally formed, and there were many other theories. Until now, no one could sort out an accurate answer. Yun Nuoxing and Hui floated above the 10,000 Ravines mountain range and looked at the city in the distance. They did not immediately go there. Instead, they focused their attention on the 10,000 Ravines mountain range. During the 2 days in Wushang City, they had heard about the situation of this mountain range. When they came to see it with their own eyes, they did not sense anything. In short, they ruled out the possibility of the power of the laws and the power of order causing trouble. As for whether it was man-made or natural, it was not important. They were too lazy to use time to look back. Turns out that Feng also paid a lot of attention to that child. You even left a trace of the observer's aura to protect him. Hui suddenly turned around and joked. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes at him. "That's because you were paying attention. I was just passively watching. Well, he is indeed a good seedling. I just don't know how far he can go." Hui grinned at her and turned his head to look ahead. 10,000 Ravines City. I heard that the one in charge of this city is from the Sovereign Palace. Feng, take a look inside and see if there is any defense. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at the 10,000 Ravines City. Her eyes glowed with silver light. After a while, she said, "There is something similar to a formation. It uses the energy of the entire city to create a huge defensive barrier. It is easy to break down from the inside. If we attack from the outside, well, it is not difficult." If that is the case, we will." The two looked at each other and laughed softly. "Attack from the outside. Use the most forceful means to defeat these bastards." Hui looked up to the sky and roared. A soul shock suddenly burst out and rushed towards the entire cloud continent. "Little ones, make as much trouble as you can. Press all of the Sovereign King Palace's members into the void. Let's make a big scene." Chapter 1590. Thousand Ravine City left the grassy plains and was located on a plateau made of yellow sand. It was surrounded by barren mountains, and the air was dry. It seemed that it hadn't rained in a long time. It didn't seem to be a place suitable for living, but because of the constant gathering of energy, it turned from a dangerous place to a fertile place. At a closer look, it didn't seem any different from other cities. Today, many things were happening as usual in Thousand Ravines City. It was peaceful as usual, and the trickles that flowed in the dark didn't cause the river to change direction. This normal calmness continued until a certain moment. The cloudless sky suddenly darkened bit by bit, and the abnormality in the sky attracted the attention of countless people. They all raised their heads, and as they did so, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The roaring thunder caused the mountains of the plateau to rumble and shake. Then, the entire sky was covered by huge dark clouds. The thick black clouds seemed to want to press down on Thousand Ravines City. A strange pressure came from the clouds, causing many people to tremble slightly. This Thousand Ravines City. It hasn't rained in 3 years. It was so sunny today, so why did it suddenly become like a bolt from the blue? It's raining. Let's go home and pack up. Pack up, pack up. This damn weather. Just as the entire Thousand Ravine city fell into a slight panic, some people sensed something. They leapt to a high place and looked outside the city. They looked at the sky above Thousand Ravine city, looking around as if they were looking for something. Boom! An earth-shaking clap of thunder suddenly burst forth, illuminating Thousand Ravine city, which was shrouded in darkness as if it was daytime. With this flash of thunder, the people in the city hastened their footstep. Not long after, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The dense raindrops almost filled the entire space. It was like an ocean was pouring down, turning this place into a world of water. The entire Thousand Ravine mountain range and Thousand Ravine plateau were enveloped in it. The torrential rain slapped against the buildings, creating a loud crashing sound. Accompanied by the thunderous roars of the heavens and the earth, it was as if they were playing the sound of rain and thunder. In an instant, the entire city reverberated with the sound of the heavens and the earth. Ordinary people had already returned to their houses to hide from the rain, but there were still many people who felt that something was amiss and did not enter their houses. Numerous figures stood on top of the buildings, using various means to isolate themselves from the rain. The gazes that had been searching in the rain finally stopped at a certain moment, uniformly looking towards the southwest direction. In the curtain of rain that connected the entire sky and earth, there was a particularly conspicuous open area. Under the dark clouds covering the sky, two figures stood in the air. One of them was emitting an unusually conspicuous dark red energy light, as if he had never planned to hide his figure. They could also feel that the aura emitted by this person seemed to have affected the weather here. It also seemed like the rain that covered the sky was nothing but the energy that he released. There seemed to be a faint energy contained in the rain. This battle array. They have come with ill intentions. Quickly inform the city guard. What are they doing in Thousand Ravine City? In any case, looking at this situation, we can first rule out that they are here for an excursion. But nothing major has happened recently. Whatever, let the people of Sovereign King Palace have a headache. They are guarding this place anyway, and there should be no big problems with the city guarding glyphs. The energy explosion that was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder attracted the attention of the entire city. The people who were still talking suddenly felt a shocking energy reaction, and a sense of danger appeared all over their bodies. Their scalps instantly went numb, and a few people who had a strong desire to survive directly jumped down from the building. Are you still waiting for death here? Hurry and retreat. The energy of the entire world turned into a giant energy sword that was millions of feet long. The dark red energy filled the entire sword, as if it had the power to split the sky and the earth. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the clouds and the sky split open. The giant sword that contained astonishing energy slowly fell down, like a giant pillar that supported the world suddenly collapsing. It brought with it an earth-shattering might as it smashed towards Thousand Ravine City. Just the movement of it approaching made countless people pale with fright. At that critical moment, a transparent energy barrier suddenly appeared in Thousand Ravine City. The majestic energy shook the heavy rain out of Thousand Ravine City. It's a glyph array. The city guarding glyph array has been activated. With this glyph array it should be boom. A loud explosion interrupted everyone's imagination. The pillar that supported the sky fell heavily from the sky with unshakable energy and might, smashing into the city guarding glyph array. The energy barrier that had been constructed with the energy of all of Thousand Ravine City and countless precious materials was easily torn apart like paper. It turned into a curtain of light that floated in the air, reflecting the stunned gazes of the people in the city. The torrential rain that had disappeared for a few seconds fell again. This time, everyone felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Death seemed to be waving at them all. The dark red energy suddenly expanded explosively from the sky, enveloping the entire thousand-ravine city in a short second. The entire city was covered in an instant, completely isolated from the outside world. The dark red light fell from the sky and landed in the city, making everyone's eyes glaze over. A feeling of unease rose in their hearts. Everyone knew that something big was going to happen today. Are the people of the Sovereign King Palace all cowards? While everyone was panicking, an ethereal voice that seemed to penetrate through the void suddenly echoed in the entire thousand-ravine city. The sunny voice was mixed with a faint smile. It didn't sound like he was here to fight at all. However, with this momentum, no one would believe that he wasn't here to cause trouble. After experiencing the initial panic, some people realized what they had said and their expressions suddenly changed. The Sovereign King Palace. Damn, when did such a fierce person appear in the Union continent? He directly caused trouble for the Sovereign King Palace. It doesn't look like someone from the ice region, nor does it look like someone from the other families, who would have such courage to directly attack a city under the control of a Spirit Lord envoy. This level is equivalent to declaring war. No matter who he is, with this kind of courage, after today, his name will definitely spread throughout the Union continent. But everyone couldn't help but raise their heads. They just didn't know if this person who could destroy the city defense glyph array in one hit had the power to face the Sovereign King Palace. The Sovereign King Palace had a long history. That reputation that spread throughout the Union continent had long become a myth that many people couldn't face directly. However, many people knew that what was hidden under the myth was only a rotten and broken body. No matter what it used to be, at this moment, it was just an unlikable appearance. On one side, it was a myth that existed in people's hearts, and on the other side, it was a person who dared to face the myth. Under all kinds of guesses, everyone felt that these two people didn't take the Sovereign King Palace seriously and were too careless. However, seeing that they had the courage to stand here, they suddenly had an unrealistic thought. A myth that was torn apart sounded quite interesting, didn't it? Ignorant juniors, you dare to go against my Sovereign King Palace, are you looking for death? The majestic energy that reverberated throughout the entire city finally attracted the attention of the Spirit Lord envoys of the Sovereign King Palace. An angry roar suddenly spread across the sky, and then three figures that were filled with killing intent burst out from a space in the city. They stood in the sky, and the three figures that came together faintly resisted the energy pressure released by Yun Nuoshing. One of them looked around, and when he saw Hui, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in shock. You? Why are you here? Weren't you already? Hearing this voice, Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other. Hui shook his head, indicating that he didn't remember this person. However, it was probably normal for this person to remember him. After all, the Sovereign King Palace was the one who dealt with the most when they were expelled from the Union continent, so it wasn't surprising that they remembered him. What? Are you surprised to see me here? Weren't I expelled from the Union continent? Is that what you want to say? A pair of sinister eyes appeared under the black cloak. That person took off the cloak, and the hand behind his back slowly made a few gestures, and said in a deep voice, I have to say, all of us have underestimated your courage. I didn't expect that the person who was expelled by the ice region and us would have the guts to step foot on this land again. Since you've already come this time, then there's no need for you to leave. Yun Nuoshing's gaze turned, and suddenly reached out her hand to touch the space in front of her, and grabbed a wisp of green energy, and said, Want to call for backup? The expression of the person from the Sovereign King Palace suddenly sank, and his face was abnormally ugly. Just as he was about to fight with his back against the wall, Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised her hand, and the wisp of green energy was sent out. I'll help you, but if the people you call are too weak, I'll be quite disappointed. You're courting death. That person couldn't help but laugh angrily when he saw this. Hui nodded to Yun Nuoshing, and suddenly waved his right hand lightly, and a golden energy burst out. The divinity domain of the origin realm spread out with him as the center, and covered the entire sky of the Thousand Ravines city, including the three heavenly god realm spiritual elders. In the eyes of others, it was just a flash of light, and the people in the sky all disappeared. Welcome to my domain. The golden space, the materialized divinity domain, and inside it was like a golden river of energy. They couldn't see the source, and they couldn't see the end. All kinds of strange energy phenomena overlapped in this place, which made the spiritual elders stunned. They had never seen such a strange scene. In their perception, this space seemed to exist, but it was also illusory and unfathomable. However, being trapped here was like being trapped in a quagmire, and there was no way to break free. Bang! The space suddenly shook violently, and a space crack slowly opened beside the three of them. Vast energy fluctuations burst out from the crack, but after going deep into the golden space, it was suddenly suppressed, and that violent momentum stopped for a moment. In the crack, an old figure releasing a vast amount of energy appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and that energy also rose to the peak in an instant. Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were startled. The person who came out was the dark purple energy figure that they had seen in Wushang City yesterday. They didn't expect that the original body would come out now. It's you. The old man in the white robe was also startled when he saw the two of them. He glanced at Hui, narrowed his eyes, and said softly, "Outsiders, you've repeatedly disturbed my Yunduan continent. Do you really think that we don't have people? In the past, we could drive you out of the Yunduan continent, and this time will not be an exception. All the dormant experts of the Yunduan continent will not allow any outsiders to act recklessly on the Yunduan continent." Good. Good. Hui clapped his hands hard, and the sound waves from the clapping of his palms caused the expressions of the white-robed old man and the other three to change. They hurriedly took a few steps back before they recovered. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. Although his face was still smiling, this fellow's heart was filled with a faint anger that he had not felt for a long time, which made him a little surprised. Hui had not been angry for many years, and when he was fighting with the underworld, he did not see any anger in his heart. Well said, but don't you think you're mistaken about something? Hui couldn't help but sneer. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the four people. His voice suddenly became a lot calmer, and he said, "You know very well whether I'm an outsider or not. It's just that it's a little strange, and I accidentally bumped into people from the Sovereign King Palace. You should be the ones causing trouble time and time again. I've already been very merciful. Unfortunately, you don't seem to appreciate it, and it's getting worse and worse. In the end, you even put the label of an outsider on my head, and even attracted people from the ice domain to cause trouble for us. I can't help but think that you're all courting death. All of you are courting death." Yun Nuoshing patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "There's no need to say more. Just kill. Since we've already declared war, there's nothing more to say." "You want to kill me? You're very strong, and I'm no match for you. But if I want to run, you can't stop me." Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, the white-robed old man suddenly laughed, and his face instantly became ferocious. All the energy of the Empyrean god of origin suddenly boiled, and with a roar to the sky, all the energy contained in the Empyrean god of origin instantly became violent. Space, nothingness, and the sea of time were all in disorder because of this. When the laws and concepts contained in the Empyrean god of origin were activated in this way, the degree of violence was enough to blast a big hole in the void and nothingness. This guy. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were stunned when they saw that he was about to self-destruct. Their expressions suddenly became strange. This guy, even if he self-destructed in their domain, it would be bang. An earth-shattering explosion of energy resounded throughout the entire golden domain. Like a void storm, energy burst out from the white-robed old man and swept in all directions. Under this terrifying energy storm, even Huey's divinity domain trembled a few times. A vast energy phenomenon suddenly swept out, and the sky was filled with golden energy flowers, which were exceptionally gorgeous. Although you appear to be very resolute and decisive, this is my domain. Even if you want to hide, where can you hide? Even if you're only left with a wisp of soul, you can't run away, Hui said with a smile. Hui said with a faint smile. Golden light surged all over his body, and the golden energy in this space also surged. He casually grabbed the space with his palm, and the space tens of thousands of feet away suddenly caved in. That space exploded in an instant. At the moment when the space collapsed, 3 screams came from the space, and 3 figures fell out in a sorry state, and a transparent energy light cluster also floated down. Little guy, where do you think you're going? Hui chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab that transparent energy ball. Golden light surged out from his palm, and it seemed to form a golden flame. At the same time, a soul-piercing scream came out from the ball of light. Just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Strange race. Don't be complacent. The Sovereign King Palace will not let you go. The entire Cloud Continent is your mortal enemy. Don't even think about leaving the Cloud Continent this time. Amidst the roar of the soul, a series of resentful yells rang out. A fuzzy human face appeared on the ball of light surrounded by golden flames, carrying an extremely strong resentment. Noisy thing, if you want to cause trouble in the Cloud Continent, I'll accompany you this time, Hui sneered, and with a little strength, he crushed the entire ball of light into pieces. Fight with him. Seeing that even the June King Guard wanted to self-destruct and escape, and not even his soul was left, the 3 Spirit Elder Envoys were frightened and instantly launched an attack. They pounced towards Yun Nuoshing and her, and the energy in their bodies was boiling. Yun Nuoshing snapped his fingers, and the vibrating energy suddenly exploded. The indescribably terrifying energy swept across the bodies of the 3 spiritual venerables. The irresistible energy instantly turned the bodies of the 3 spiritual venerables into nothingness, and the energy did not even appear. What about the rest? His gaze passed through the golden space, and landed on the space of the Sovereign King Palace in the Thousand Gorge City. He roughly glanced around, and in the entire 1,000 zhang tall golden palace, there was only a group of initial god-level and lower rebirth realm people. They were probably Ling Jun soldiers and Tian Jun guards, and there were no Spirit Elder Envoys and June King guards. The June King Guard that appeared in such a remote place was probably the only person in the management level in the entire Grey Vast Land. Clear it. Hui waved his hand faintly, and the golden domain suddenly began to shrink from all directions. The power of space surged and began to fill this golden domain. In the huge golden palace, the entire palace was filled with extremely luxurious decorations and patterns, and there were countless places that were filled with energy shining with the luster of energy. At this moment, the palace was abnormally quiet, and there was no life. A strange atmosphere shrouded this luxurious and bright palace, and the air seemed to be extremely cold, making people's hair stand on end. Buzz! The silence lasted for an unknown period of time, and suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed in from outside the palace. They raised their heads and looked at the top of the palace, and their expressions changed drastically. It's over, it's over. The 3 Spirit Elder Envoys have all fallen. How are we going to explain to the people above? You only see this? Look at the star position at the top. The June King Guards of the Grey Vast Land have all fallen. Where did those 2 people come from? Just as the group of Ling Jun warriors and Tian Jun guards were flustered, the main hall suddenly rumbled and shook, causing everyone's expressions to tremble. They abruptly turned their gazes, and their faces were covered in sweat and panic. They all shouted in unison in their hearts, "It's over!" Bang! Before they could run out of the palace, the space around them suddenly froze. Their expressions suddenly froze, and the void in that space instantly exploded. More than 10 figures didn't even have the chance to scream before they were shattered into nothingness by that formless and terrifying energy. Rumble! When the group of figures were instantly annihilated, the entire ceiling of the palace suddenly exploded, and 2 figures descended from the sky, and terrifying energy surged out like a tsunami. Grandsons, crawl out for this grandpa. This grandpa is here to settle the score. It will start from here.